Hi guys, it's me. I'm alone. I've been left alone. Guys, this is really sad. I've been left alone. But anyway, the cast still goes on. We're here, we're back with due process. We're back with Eisley Cantina versus Tempo. Game 1. There are 2 games. This is best of 2. If you're new here, we play best of 2s in a Swiss format. So you win 2 points for a win, 1 point for a tie, and 0 for a loss. We're going to see what happens. We're going to see if people can win. We're going to see what happens. We're going to see. Sorry, apologies. I'm currently trying to deal with a lot of stuff behind the scenes. But we're going in. We're going to see if Tempo can take one. So we've got some great teams lined up. And these teams are really wonderful. And we should hopefully be seeing rosters at some point. Maybe not now, but the rosters are locked in. We have got some wonderful teams. We've got people like CBC playing. Now, CBC is a great captain, and IGL. I think Roby and CBC share the captain status. Really strong players. And then on the opposite team, we've got Tempo. We've got people like Draken. And let me pull up the roster quickly. And Surfront and Rainy and Crimson. Crimson! Of course we've got Crimson. We've got Crimson here. Now, Crimson is really, really good. Crimson is a big solo player. That's his thing. He is able to go in there and deal high damage and then just get out of there. He's able to do that. He's able to do that high damage, get out of there, and just be a really good, helpful support for his team. We've got people like Machina, who are really strong. Machina is really good at talking, We've got Rainy, who, again, is a big person on Tempo that can build kind of that sort of good vibe, good feeling to it, and really can go a long way. Now, on the Eisley side, we have, again, some wonderful people like Cohen, like CBC. Cohen, oh my gosh, you should have seen it. They had a Rise scrim that just felt dominant. Cohen popped off on that. Just great. It's going to be really good. One moment, everyone. Apologies. I can't multitask. That is something I've learned, is I can't multitask. But going back to the rosters, hopefully will pop up soon on stream. But we have people like Jack, Cohen, Gefter, Roby, CBC. Here we are. We've got CBC, Roby, Gefter, Cohen, Jack on Eisley. Wonderful, wonderful team. Cohen, great fragger. Gefter, great fragger. Roby, strong backbone. CBC, strong IGL. Jack, another good fragger. Tempo, we've got Drakon on the plans, I believe. Machina, Surfront, Rainy, Crimson. Crimson, like I said, great fragger. Rainy, the vibes of the team. Surfront, again, good person to be able to get kills and opening kills. And then we've got Machina to back it all up. It's gonna be a great game. We're gonna see some fun kills, some fun moments. It's gonna be awesome. We'll see what can happen. We'll see what can happen. But I'm gonna let him know to queue, because we shall be getting into the game. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. But hold on. Hold on. Hold on. We're gonna hold. We're gonna hold. We're gonna hold on. Hold on, guys. We're holding. We're holding. We're holding. We're holding. We're holding. We might have. We're gonna have to hold on a second. I've just been informed we have a caster, and I trust in my ability, but I shall talk more about these teams. We have seen some really good ability from both these teams. Eisley was able to take a win off Arise. Now, this was Arise when they were in their strut, in their downside. One moment, gamers. I am, one moment. I am nabbing someone. This is really scuffed. Apologies for the scuffness of this cast, but we shall be going. We're gonna get into this. I promise you guys, this isn't gonna be scuff. This isn't a scuff cast. We're getting into it. But again, we have got some great teams and some really, really cool plans. We've seen that Mos Eisley are big people and are a team that can get high amount of frags. And we've seen Tempo, but Tempo are missing a key player. They're missing their brains. They're missing Fellow. Now, Fellow is obviously not casting, which is a bit of a sad. But we have actually got a sub in. I've just been informed that Frosty has subbed in for Rainy, which is very good. And it's going to be great. And hopefully we're going to... This is really scuffed. I'm so sorry. This is really scuffed. Anyway, we shall be getting into game soon. Fingers crossed this all goes well. We'll see. This is going to be very, very strange. But I shall let the teams know to queue. At here, good to queue. Or should I wait? We'll continue talking about these teams. What else am I meant to talk about these teams? Well, we've seen Tempo. They the real reason why Tempo here is I'll do an explanation on both teams. Tempo, big as I said, they've lost Fellow, but Fellow is, while he's a key player in the team, he is also one of the reasons why they are like sort of stumbling over their own words, like me. Is there is a lot of players in Tempo who are able to put up good numbers, but do not have the greatest of mentals. Tempo mental is rough. If they lose and if they get into a bad mental, they are not coming out of that hole. It is going to be hard for them to get out of that hole. And so we're going to have to hopefully see them have good energy, because if they have good energy, they can win this game. It is all about the mental battle. I was saying this with a Rise Tempo. It is all about the mental battle. It's going to be great, and we're going to see some good teams. But just before we go into this game and we get my fellow co-caster to come here, it is going to be great. We've got a 2v2 tournament planned for next week. If you want to play the game and you want to buy it, it's only 79 cents. So buy the damn game, come play in this 2v2 tournament, and it's going to be great. We've got 2v2 tournaments, and it's going to be so crazy. When I say we have a 2v2 tournament, it's very easy. You sign up with a friend on our challenge. You can find that linked in the Discord or on our Steam page, actually. The Due Process Steam page, on our most recent update, we have a whole set area for the 2v2 tournament. You can go and sign up and play in the 2v2 tournament. Pick a friend, join the challenge, which is linked in our Discord, and just enjoy the game. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great. It's going to be everything everyone has ever wanted. And, I mean, I've really wanted this. So, let's get into some more action. We love DP. I love DP. And hopefully we have a DP sponsor. Dr. Pepper, hit us up. We'd love to have Dr. Pepper sponsor Due Process League. Anyway, we're just waiting on this second caster. We should be getting into game any moment now. It's been about 30 minutes since I shall get them to queue. Okay, we are getting in game. We're going to go in game because why not? We're going in game because it's been 30 minutes. Teams are getting delayed. We're going to try our best to get us in game, get some action, because I cannot talk about these teams any longer. We're going to go in, hopefully get some nice action, and we're going to get some fun games. A lot of people like to say, I think, looking at the point prediction in the stream, if you want to point predict, head to our Twitch and you can put some channel points on the line for the matches. And we see that Mos Eisley Cantina is the favorite to win among fans. Now that might be because we have, you know, we have a lot of Mos Eisley fans in the stream, but we can see what happens. You know, this could be crazy. It's gonna be a crazy mental battle, and Jet is hurling some things at my co-commentator that is joining. We'll see what happens. I think they're very close to getting in. Oh my gosh, he's here. Welcome everyone, my co-commentator, the one and only Zigolo.
What's up, boys?
He's here! This is crazy. We're finally here. And we're in! Oh my gosh, we're in.
Ooh.
We're in. Now,
Classic.
Zig, what do we think of this kill house?
Yeah, this is a very intriguing one. There's a lot of difficult areas to hold on the bottom side of the map, but if the defenders do try to get some early aggression there and disrupt what appears to be a shield torch play from Mos Eisley, they can definitely get some value there and potentially that will definitely help with holding this map. I think it is one of the more difficult ones to defend, but if done correctly, and it looks like Tempo is actually ceding a lot of control here. It doesn't look like they want to deal with Club at all, so not quite sure how that's going to go for them.
Yeah, it seems like if they push that Club and there's hard pressure on that, then I think the attack will just fall apart.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for them, but I mean, they got some shooters on this team. We see Frosty's here and Surfront. Also Machina with the big AK, or rather the mini AK. Hopefully we can get a lot of value from those weapons on this setup.
Yeah, I mean, Frosty known for shotgunning on Tempo, the fellow shotgunner. So it's interesting to see what he can do on this.
Yeah. Also, feels bad for Fellow. He's not here today. I know he'd love to play in this match, but teams are setting up. Tempo getting the barbs all squared away, and Extinguisher late for the construction below. We'll see what comes of it. But yeah, I mean, Mos Eisley's going to be... Actually, this will be interesting to see how quickly Mos Eisley goes through on the clear here, because they have a lot of space afforded to them. It's just on them to recognize that and take the space accordingly.
Yeah, and I mean, we're right into the action. We see CBC on the shield. A wonderful play to have. CBC at the shield and Torch is a great duo. We see some shots ring out on this southern side of the kill house into this construction area. And they torch open that reception. The kick is about to come through. Gefter is already into the building, getting some black tar shots, but the knacks ring out on the opposite side. Door is kicked. Molotov ready. A flash comes out to help CBC with that push. They're able to take this club space, but Frosty with the auto, dealing a bit of wallbang damage. Nothing connects, though. Knacks ring out. Once again, flashes are prepping. They're pushing this locker side. 2 flashes for this lockers. Way too many flashes used for that side. And they are into lockers, though. They have this control. Torch on the door. Cohen on your screen, torching the door. And they have to peek this. This is a hard door to peek for the defenders. Cohen is able to take out Draken. But they trade out Gefter. Molotov goes out, dealing some chip damage to Cohen. And Roby goes down to Crimson. This is a 3v2 situation. Jack taking a bit of damage here. Frosty with some auto shots. Jack able to get a kill. Crimson, half HP. Gruber SD in hand. But Cohen and Jack are able to take one. It's down to Frosty with the auto, 89 HP. Can he do anything? Gets one. Torch on the other side, 9 HP. He cannot get another, and that is the first round to Mos Eisley.
Yeah, it was a very well played round by them. They did use a little bit too many flashes on the locker side, and at times I was worried they were getting a little too far apart on their push, but they played the refrags well. They isolated the picks. They put so much pressure, collapsed on the site from every side. There was really just nowhere for Tempo to play there. We had those concerns in the pre-round. You need to put some more pressure. You need to control more of the map. You can't just give out all of the lanes to site. It's going to spell trouble for your team.
Yeah, especially on that kill house, on the hall door to crates. That's so hard to peek from a defender.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there was a good molly there. There was some good wall bangs as well that dealt some early kills on the side of Mos Eisley, or towards Mos Eisley, but just not enough for the team, not enough space for them to operate. So unfortunately, they eventually succumbed to the pressure that Mos Eisley was dealing. Now we're going to Operation Long Keyhole. Very fun map. The way the obs windows are positioned too, there's a lot of early access that the green push can provide for Mos Eisley here. Seems like they are going to elect for the door charge still, just to confirm the control of obs. Oh, maybe they're switching up to a wall charge out of pit. Little cheeky wall. I like that.
Cheeky wall. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that wall.
I don't think I have either. but it's sure to catch someone though. It will be the big fight here for Tempo, surely, and it seems like they're electing to put the barbs closer to sight once more, kind of giving up a lot of the potential map that there is to hold. I mean, there's only really 4 rooms in this entire map, disregarding beach. You gotta hoping that Tempo adjusts this a little bit, or at least can put some early pressure on towards Mos Eisley. Seems like they're listening on the live feed here as they're moving the barbs up a bit.
They're definitely cheating. You caught them.
What the heck?
But I think these barbed wires, I think they're trying to play these as a late barbed wire into the round, but they're not going to stop this hard push with that wall charge.
Yeah, that wall, if they actually get that wall down, that's going to spell a lot of trouble for Tempo, and I really hope they provide some more fight onto that. A lot of their teams spawning in late here to get the utility down, but Mos Eisley will be working their way fully through green. MVG's in hand as well. We could see a lights play coming out of them, especially if they get early pit.
We could see a very, very strong play here, but observation is being given up. This is the issue we saw with the kill house, is they are just giving up space they don't need to. This pit, I believe, is about to be very uncontested. They put the wall into obs. Why? They gonna follow the plan? Seems like it. The nade goes out, getting rid of that obs barb. And they've got a lot of map control here. They have observation. They have pit, I believe. They've just not entered that pit. They're very scared.
Yeah, they're taking their time here, which they do have a lot of time to work with. They do spot out the player Surfer on far left, but ooh, Jack's gonna open it up with a quick refrag by Crimson on the Gefter there, holding the pit angle. Crimson taking a little bit of damage, but we're gonna have Machina follow it up with a frag onto Roby to give Tempo the advantage here. Mos Eisley needs to regroup a bit. Teammates are spread far, but they are allowed to control pit, and that's gonna be lights turned off, and the wall probably coming right afterwards.
And it goes out. Flashes come out. One from CBC. A second one from that obs, and Cohen blows a bad flash right in front of the feet, and Crimson goes down. Taken out. It's down to a 2v3. Jack takes out another. It's down to Frosty with a Gruber. He gets one. Can he get 2 more? But he's caught reloading. Jack whiffing. Gruber goes out. He cannot see anything. This lights play is what's going to win them the round. Frosty, the defuse is coming out. 27 HP. He sees one in the darkness. He's able to get one. 50% on the bomb, though. Jack sticking it. Can Frosty deny this? He sees him. Tags him a bit. Jack down to a PK. Can the PK beat the Gruber? 70%, 80%, 83. And he swings and the PK gets it.
Whew. Frosty.
Oh, my.
Oh my gosh, he almost gave us a heart attack there, but Jack does clutch that up with the PK.
With the PK.
And gets a lot of utility, too. Out of that
fan
round.
of the PK.
Big fan of the PK. Wow, you were absolutely right there. The lights was the difference maker in that round. They had the frags. They had a lot of early picks. Gave up a bit of space in the pit, but just without the lights, they can't see where Mos Eisley's pushing from. And unfortunately, their defense just collapses at the last second there. And now we're moving on to C-Store.
Convenience. My favorite.
Very convenient map. I believe Mos Eisley still have a door charge to work with here. Actually, they have 2 door charges to work with here, after they pulled off a successful Killhouse Green.
Yeah, I mean, that green was a big early green play. Very, very strong.
Very strong indeed, and the luxury of having 2 charges here now is you can work with potential blows interior to remove to remove barbed wires, excuse me, and get some quick plays through. You can also use a door charge in the manner that they're potentially looking at, which is blowing up holes in the entrance and the shutters just to cut off crucial angles into potentially arcade in the back left side of storefront near freezer. Mos Eisley looks like they acknowledge the brevity and I guess the ease that comes with potentially taking Teller here from office and a bathroom split. And they're going to be working that with a door charge on entrance to provide angles for a potential Saber player. This is a lot of control that Mos Eisley is going to be vesting and fighting for on the right side. It would be really curious to see how Tempo responds to that. They have a lot of mollies, still 2 mollies from the previous round saved. So up to them to really be able to stall out this office and bathroom push. If they lose Teller too quickly and they don't have anyone to fight out on the storefront right side by bathroom, this could be another round where Mos Eisley takes control of the majority of the map with relative ease.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that totally in the last 2 rounds, where Tempo just give up so much of that space, and Mos Eisley just take advantage of that. Oh, and there's a fight already. Frosty dealing a bit of damage to Roby.
Bit of damage coming out, but Jack and the rest of the team are going to etch their way into office as the bathroom door charge goes down now. Cohen going to be making his way over to the storefront with
Crimson.
an Igmar in hand.
Crimson
Does he know about Crimson though?
Oh, and shots are ringing out. CBC and Roby get a pick. Surfront gets a trade on one of them. And a Molotov, great Molotov from Surfront there. Gets a kill for it. Gefter locked inside that Teller with fire. Cohen and CBC taking out one. And it's down to Machina in a 1v3 with a tub. Nade, smokes, flashes. The attackers have it all. Can they bring the win home? Machina picks up CBC. The swing from Teller, and it is enough. That is 3-0 to Mos Eisley.
What a start from Mos Eisley here. They've just been honestly strategy diffing them right now with a lot of pushes and utility used in areas that Tempo are just not even willing to fight for. They're taking so much of these maps for free as Jack's gonna remove Cohen. A dishonorable discharge. Hopefully that doesn't go on the stat board, but
we should add it to the stat board. We need to add a TK spot to the stat board.
Scorekeeper, deduct 1 kill from Jack, please. For BM. But yeah, no, these were some very, very swift rounds from Mos Eisley. Felt like every single attack they had, in fact, they just started off with 2-3 picks on their side, and it really just came down to potential heroics from Tempo to even keep these rounds close. Otherwise, it's been a Mos Eisley show on this first half, but Tempo now has the luxury of attack. They've seen how Mos Eisley have attacked these, so hopefully Tempo can get some ideas there and counter it with some of their similar ideas, I suppose. I said ideas a lot, but ideas are very important. Ideas are very important.
Very important.
But Mos Eisley, at least on how we're prepping it right now, is going to be putting a lot of emphasis on holding club. It's a far cry from what Tempo did on the first round, and Tempo is going to have to be ready to deal with a lot of these barbs and these crosses on the bars from construction and just anywhere on those seats in club too. This can be a really troublesome room to clear if you're not aware of all the angles and the positions that the defenders can take up. We're also seeing a potential Flogel barb, as some would say, from CBC out in lockers there to hold that side of the map. I think lockers is honestly crucial to taking this site. You don't have lockers control. The wall bangs onto the bomb make it extremely difficult for any attacking team to get a defuse off. Really need to make sure you take control of club and lockers here to secure at least that side of the map for a safer defuse.
100%. That club side is so strong. And I'm so glad to see that Mos Eisley are kind of taking advantage of what Tempo gave up so easily and putting a lot more pressure on this club.
A lot more pressure indeed. And as we're seeing here, Gefter with the angles on the Gruber from all the way on bar side. Frosty's going to throw this outside smoke to cut off the con angles. Very smart. Smoke is down though, so they have a 25 second window from that pop to really execute on that now. They're making space and headway into green already. Doors are getting kicked down. No one's being contested on these doors at the current moment, but obviously the second issue is taking in the club, which flashes come out. Club is secured, but a wallbang kill looks like is going to be the first to fall on Crimson. Nice shots there from, I believe it was Roby.
Yeah, that's one of their key players down. One of the big fraggers on the team has just gone down to a wallbang, and the nade comes out for that barbed wire. Flashes are being thrown. This Kratos is about to be a kill box, and CBC and Roby are able to pick up one each. Draken and Frosty down to a 2v5. And Draken with a lovely wallbang, predictive of that Roby angle. And it's just a matter of time before the next fight breaks out. And there it is. CBC taking down Frosty. It's down to Draken in a 1v5. Cohen is sitting behind this door. This is unfortunate for Draken.
Oh no.
What a shame.
What a shame, and what a round for Mos Eisley. There's a little bit of cause for concern initially when they had just given up all of club very quickly, but I mean, maintaining that lockers control, I think CBC and Gefter over on that side made it very difficult for Tempo to even attempt to take that, which they it seems like they didn't even elect to do so. Instead, trying to flood site with flashes, but Mos Eisley in great positions there, holding that doorway. I think there was a molly that went out as well. Tempo trying to up the tempo, some would say, and try to go for a quick site rush, but there's not enough control there. Mos Eisley in all the spots, able to hold the site doorway down, had the wall bangs come out from Roby and Jack with the knack, and just not much that Tempo could do there, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was a very, very tough round there for Tempo. They just lost so many of those fast 1v1 fights that not much they could do there.
It looks like Tempo now, having saved the charges from that first round kill as well, are going to try to go for another cheeky rush, a quick double ball out of jungle potentially, trying to flood site here. Mos Eisley's trying to predict a bit of the green pressure, it looks like. They got the pit barbs up, barb deep in obs, or rather ruins to obs. It seems like that's where most of their attention's at, but that barb in jungle from CVC, it shouldn't really be much of concern for Tempo if they try to get this wall off in a quick flood into sight. Really will be interesting to see if Mos Eisley has players playing by the jungle side that can spot that out from the windows.
Yeah, those windows are going to be very strong. A lot of people ignore those windows, but they are a very, very strong part of that integral push on the attackers.
Yeah, and especially on a map like Killdome, with a lot of those exterior windows, that you can get a lot of intel on enemy movements and positioning from both sides, in fact. So for Mos Eisley's sake, let's hope they have someone over there early that can spot that, and for Tempo, they can move swiftly. Maybe do a quick kick on this lifeboat here on the green. Maybe they'll provide some fake intel for Mos Eisley. But no, they spot that out. They're seeing the rotates coming down over the jungle. CBC is going to make the comm, and assumingly they're going to have the rotations out now. And already Gefter and it looks like Jack are positioned on the logs and by the rock, ready to move on this. It's going to really come down to some crucial flashes here from Tempo. Molly in hand 2 by CBC. That could do a lot of damage.
The wall charge, though. CBC might go down here. He doesn't, though. CBC is in this rat corner, and oh my gosh, Jack gets one. The Pit gets another. Crimson trades with himself, and it's just all happening at once. It's over in about 5 seconds. What just happened?
Mos Eisley putting down the clamps on that Tempo rush. There was really no chance there from the moment CBC had that spotted. Tempo really needed to up the speed there. They were just loitering around a little bit too long, and by the time the wall went down, there's already the Molly positioned, double flank ready in pit, and the angles from sight. Their rush and their element of surprise just completely zapped from them, and they were left with nothing but just, unfortunately, the fiery depths of the pit for whoever fell in there, and just the rest of their team stacked up on that breach. There was, it was a little bit of a massacre, some would say.
Some would say. And remember, guys, these are some of the best teams we have in DPL.
Indeed. Mos Eisley, a 5-0 start already in this first match of their BO2.
Looking so strong.
Yeah, looking really strong right now. I think we saw this roster yesterday, right? Maybe minus a player or two.
Yes, I believe so. We saw Booty Frank instead of Gefter in game 2. Gefter played game 1 and then was not able to play game 2.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the stronger looks lineup wise from Mos Eisley here. And I know Tempo sorely missing fellow, their IGL, the in-game leader. They're having to do with a lot of rush strats, it seems, trying to catch Mos Eisley off guard, but they're disciplined and they're utilizing all of the opportunities for intel, and they have not been caught flat-footed once thus far. And hopefully Tempo recognizes that and they go for a little bit more of a cautious and just, I guess the word to describe it, I guess, just take their time. Not really a word. Just take their time. Be a little bit more deliberate. You got to clear stuff out. Mos Eisley's a strong team. They have a lot of great shots. They're holding angles together. They're playing off each other. You're not going to beat that by just continually trying to rush here. So this freezer blow looking very promising for them if they can get the utility out right and hopefully isolate some of those picks and control that left side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, taking this left side is very, very needed. And they also have that entrance charge, I believe, to gain a lot more of that control. But I don't think there's smoke, and there is the torch. They're torching it. So we see a lot of strong positions being held here, but they open up. They're trying to kill Machina here. Are they able to get any shots off? They're not. But Frosty is able to get one on the opposite side of the map. Takes out Gefter, who was hiding inside of Storefront, playing that close angle. That is going to be a huge pick for this push.
Tempo now moving into Liquor as well. They're scaling a bit more deliberately. They have control of crucial areas in the map here, and Crimson's going to follow that up with the frag onto Roby. Tempo in the 5 versus 3 advantage. I think this is the first time we've seen it today. It's looking very promising for them, but they still have to be careful with CBC and the Teller player. CBC actually goes down from the Liquor player, and Cohen with a quick refrag on the mop. But can Cohen do it all? This is a tough position.
It's down to Cohen. And we see Jack picking up a kill there right before he dies. Cohen 1v3. Surfront 1 HP. Can Cohen pick up the Surfront kill? Surfront is on the bomb. That's smart from Tempo. Put the person with the least HP on the bomb, have the most HP to tank those shots for them while they defuse. Picking up the knack. They're allowing Cohen to get this reload off. They're wasting so much time. They're swapping sides here. It's going to make it so much harder for Cohen. And Cohen gets one, but it's not enough. Tempo, finally, round on the board, 5-1.
That's a huge round for Tempo there. You finally stop the bleeding. You get yourself on the board. And it looks really good. I mean, what we were just talking about. You know, they actually slowed it down. They cleared through crucial areas of the map, swung stuff together. We even saw a little bit of shield play, I think, from Frosty there.
Yeah.
Just slowing it down on their end. Just take intel, take your time, spot out where they are, develop a plan, and execute on it. Machina doing a great job as well on the shutter, staying alive. I think him being onto CVC and all the players that were in and around Arcade and Storefront, and just recognizing the control they had, Tempo was able to just isolate those picks, get the frags they needed, and all of a sudden, I think again for the first time this game, they had a very crucial man count advantage that they were able to carry through to the end.
Yeah, very strong man count, and it's really strong. Looking for Tempo. That was a very, very good round.
Yeah, that's the Tempo that we know and remember, at least. A team that actually tries to play a lot like Mos Eisley. Very team-oriented, clearing through the map control together, not really trying to go for any crazy like rushes or hero plays or anything like that. That's not Tempo's bread and butter that I'm aware of, at least. And you know, this round spoke volumes for what they can do against Mos Eisley if they slow the game down, if they work through the control and actually execute on to these strats as a team. But on the side of Mos Eisley, at least, I mean, we have what appears to be potentially a double barb, or at least a rotate barb onto that office. Ooh, the extinguisher there, they might be going for a Fogel onto that server farm barb. Should Tempo remove that?
That would be very strong. That's a very, very strong barb. It's very hard to peek into that office from that barb because you're forced to do that 90-degree peek onto that right-hand side and then have someone swing from about 7 different angles. Very strong.
Very strong. And Mos Eisley recognizing that that is the crux point for their defense here. If they can hold on the office and they still have presence by the very large and spiral generators, they hold a lot of the map and they have a lot of the angles that can stop a bomb defusal. Also, I believe that's Cohen once again up on the top right with Mop, holding down a very crucial lane from the Doc red door blow, which it appears that Tempo will be electing to try.
Yeah, that's the problem with that area in storage, though, is that there's one door in, one door out. If they know Cohen's there and he's able to get a kill, they know that he's got to force and stay in there. They could make it a 5v4 by just holding down that door.
Yeah, and it looks like Tempo as well has a lot of smokes. Might be going for a smoke rush and cross to try to get onto storage, and they are. The smoke goes down and cuts off the help from Mos Eisley. Jack is trying his best to just lurk in there, but Cohen is stuck alone in storage. Oh my goodness. The whole team of Tempo runs in, and Jack trying to get the refrags. Oh.
Only one. And Draken swaps that out. That smoke played an integral role to Jack getting that trade onto Cohen, but unfortunately he only got one. We see Roby though with the Igmar. Crimson able to take, CBC able to take out Crimson. From Doc onto that generator side. And able to take out another. Frosty sneaking up, takes out Roby, and it's down to Mac and a Frosty. 2v2, Gefter, CBC, Mac and a Frosty. Can they do it? Tempo really need a strike of gold to win this.
Tempo recognizing too the player by Dockside and Office can't really stop the defuse. They actually get the pick on the Gefter now, and it is up to CBC. Can he be the hero of the round? 5 seconds left, needs to get up to bomb. He's not in a position to defuse, but Tempo gets off the fuse for a second. That gives crucial time for CBC to get up here, but no, not enough. And Tempo is going to take their second round in a row on a very well executed strat on this factory. I absolutely love the smokes there.
Yeah, strong smokes. Very, very good in cutting off those angles. Only problem was that Jack could have been much more of a threat there. And we saw, as we were saying earlier, that Cohen getting locked off just really did mean that Tempo had to put a lot of pressure. Mos Eisley had to put a lot of pressure to try and trade Cohen back out. And then that pressure crumbled and they were able to take the man advantage.
Yeah. And something they didn't account for either there was the lights play.
Yeah.
They put a
Very
lot of
strong
pressure on Office side. They were expecting a green, maybe a Doc split. They didn't put enough emphasis on that red door blow, and putting the Mop there in that spot. Yes, he has the long angles. That is very devastating for the attackers to clear, but with some good utility usage, that Mop is all of a sudden isolated. The smokes essentially gave him what was a lot of cover from teammates, and now put him into like a 1 versus 4 situation that you just simply don't have the reload time on the Mop to take care of to dispatch all of those players. The lights go down. Mos Eisley's chances crumble, but CBC did put up a great effort there. He almost won that round by himself with that Doc reposition. He had a lot of crucial picks with the Gruber, but just simply not enough for Mos Eisley.
Yeah, they need to play as a team. I think it's the same issue with the Chaos issue, is that they're very good at playing as solo players. We saw that there just wasn't enough pressure to put to help out Cohen there.
Yeah, that was quite unfortunate. Cohen with the Mop going down early, and then also the lights to boot. That's just really difficult. You've lost the strongest weapon on your side of the defense, and you're now at a disadvantage in visibility. It's a very tough round from the get-go there for Mos Eisley, but hopefully they are reading into how Tempo's switched up their pacing and are going to at least try to contest them a bit more on these entries. They are everything we were talking about early in this game with Mos Eisley taking a lot of free control. It feels like Tempo's now is doing the exact same thing in reverse. They're the ones now that are isolating the picks. They're the ones that are taking a lot of map control that Mos Eisley isn't trying to fight for. And as we see here, I mean, this is a very empty lobby. No
Yeah.
barb, no positions on that angles, not even a player in accounting side.
They're giving up this left-hand side. Like most teams think this bank should be played, is give up half the map because you have one objective playoff. If you give up the button, you can always play Vault. But we've seen time and time again that it just makes your defense so much harder for you. It's not going to be good. But they're wasting flashes on this accounting. We see a smoke go out in lobby. Nade out in accounting. This is so much util for a team that doesn't even know there are people there. Some molly damage going on to Crimson. And a fight is breaking out in manager. CBC putting some shots. Gefter putting some knack shots down. And it's not looking good for the side of Tempo so far. Let's see if they can do anything else to win the rest of this round.
Yeah, Machina not wanting to step up there and shoot Gefter through the security entrance. That was very interesting. But they do go in together on the man traps. Gefter gets one, but is quickly refragged by Frosty. And now all of a sudden, Tempo again with a lot of control of the map, but also not a lot of utility. Timer on the round under 1 minute now. And Mose Eisley's in a lot of positions. They know there isn't going to be a late blow due to the utility count. Frosty trying to move in through the barb, but Roby's going to get two and Jack to follow it up. And that's the round right then and there.
Wow. I mean, they had so much space to play with, but so few utility. I think if you're in that situation and you've got 3 men and you've got 2 flashes, you push from the same side. I know Frosty wanted that. You wanted that flank, but you just need, I think, to just use the manpower and just storm. You need to flash into that server's room, take that space, and hopefully you pray there's not an auto on the other side.
Absolutely. And unfortunately for the side of Tempo, there was a lot of utility used early in positions that weren't exactly being held. I mean, your team able to work through accounting and own all of lobby should have been a telltale sign for you there that they're not holding button. That bar may be there, but there's not an actual hold going down. Mose Eisley with putting utility in positions and at least feigning the presence of a hold on the button burned a lot of crucial flashes and the nade that basically stalled out Tempo. I mean, they had nowhere to go. They couldn't push through Teller. The hall was being held by Roby with an AK. Server side was devious. There was an auto, a lot of players positioned around there. There's just, Tempo got that early control that Mose Eisley seeded, but unfortunately just used up way too much of the util. There's not enough to actually execute onto the site late round.
Yeah.
And now Mose Eisley on match point.
It's going to be tough for Tempo to pull this back. The match point, it's only a tie now. There's no overtime in these games. So they have to clutch out the tie. And we see on this kill house, they are expecting a wall charge, which I think is a misplay. I know that so many people do this wall charge, but plans evolve. And we're seeing so many people now blow this club because it's the better blow. It takes so much space and you're able to just boom off of it. AoE 2 reference, doing a boom.
You got me excited
so
there, I
space.
can't lie. I heard the boom, I was like, oh.
So much space, and it's so quickly that they can just hopefully take these fights, take the one-on-ones, and win them. We'll see what happens, but I think this club is going to catch them off guard and probably win them the round.
Yeah, we'll see what the speed of this push comes down to. Flash is already out. Frosty's walking in with the shield. I was about to say the shield might be a cause for concern, but they're actually making great headway here.
Jack, though.
Frosty's working in, but do they know about Jack? Oh,
he gets out.
Back.
Jack was sitting on top of those lockers. Such a cheeky angle. But, I mean, not much damage dealt. Machina, though, just taking a lot of damage. Gefter low. We'll see what can happen. They're in.
Oh,
the TK, though. What's going on?
Oh my gosh. There was a miscommunication there on the side of Tempo. They didn't realize half their team was pushing into the locker. The bar was only cutting off one side. Jack's gonna throw this smoke down though. Gonna make stuff really hectic in the site room, but Tempo's gonna get the frags. They're on bomb.
They're running out of time though. Roby, Cohen with the Dawn. They're putting some rounds out. There's another TK. That's 2 TKs for Tempo. Stop killing your own members. Kill the opposition. But it's down to Roby, 80%, 90%. Is he able to do it? No! They shut him down. That is another round for Tempo, 6-3.
If you were to tell me that the attacking team here TK'd 2 of their members and still won the round, I would call you crazy. Insane theatrics here from the side of Tempo. I just can't believe that round transpired in the way it did.
I don't even know what happened there. I mean, Mos Eisley were technically only able to kill one member of Tempo. They just killed each other.
But Tetra, you were absolutely right. I mean, the start of that round, the swiftness of the breach with the wall that I believe most of Mos Eisley thought would at least be interior. They didn't anticipate the potential blow onto the red door. And all of a sudden, Tempo just owned the entirety of backstage, the entirety of club. They were just a doorway away from the site. And even though it got a little messy there with the TK nade trying to remove a barb as the backstage players moved in for the site clear, there was really no positions that Mos Eisley had to stop or at least delay the defuse. The Dawn caught inside of Khan and Hall wasn't able to move up and at least get some wall bangs down, and just Tempo wasting zero time recognizing that there was an opportunity to flood site, to get the defuse down and start working pressure onto the side of Mos Eisley. And I just don't think they were ready for that. They just didn't anticipate that push. And despite, once again, the DKs, Tempo just had full control of that round.
Yeah, just they were able to take those fights. And that AoE 2 reference, they were able to just get in that round, deal a lot of damage, and get out instantly.
Yeah, get out indeed. I mean, once you mentioned it, Tempo did more damage to themselves than they did to Mos Eisley there. There was really not a fight put up by Mos Eisley on that round, but still, match point for them. They're in the driver's seat. Tempo has to work from behind, but now they're on the defense. They are acknowledging the potential for that right side generator blow, and it looks like Tempo may be reading into what Mos Eisley wants to do here. We'll see how they execute it, however.
Yeah, it's going to be tough because we've seen that Mos Eisley are so strong with their attacks. Those first 3 rounds were dominant. But we're getting some trades already. Oh my gosh!
Crimson!
Crimson! My king! Popping off and getting 2 kills. CBC able to trade for 1, but it's not good enough.
Yeah, Crimson only dealt 10 damage there.
Only 10 damage?
Only, rather, had 10 damage inflicted onto him, but he gets 2 early picks onto CBC to IGL and Cohen. However, Mos Eisley is quick in the green now, have to account for that other side of their push, and it looks like Tempo are now repositioning for that pressure that Mos Eisley has applied, but Jack alone outside the red door is still going to draw the ire of one defender. It looks like Frosty, but Gefter and Roby stuck in a very tough position. They're now known. They have to work site. Can't really go through office. Don't have the utility, but Surfrun's going to take out Gefter on the peak from upper gen, and all of a sudden now a 3 versus 2 on the side of Tempo. Roby working around the bomb, running out. Was that pistol in hand? Trying to take the fight.
Oh, Drakon. Oh my gosh, Frosty. Lovely shots right there at the end. We had that team play. This is what I was talking about. Mos Eisley are playing solo. Tempo with some lovely cross angles there. You had Surfrun on generator playing for that Roby push to then have Drakon snipe him out of the air, because that's something Drakon can do. And Frosty holding that red door. Very strong late play there. Very well done.
Yeah, and I mean, we got to give a lot of credit too to that pick. Crimson going crazy on the initial damage, taking out half of Mos Eisley with the Igmar. That was just, ooh. What can you really do there when you lose half your team before you even enter the building?
Yeah, not much. It's very rough getting that those few kills out early. I mean, as an attacker, you think, I mean, how are we meant to do this? And they were able to get a couple of those kills, but not really able to do much. So we're moving on to this bank, and we saw that Mos Eisley on defense were able to take a lot of, we're giving up a lot of space. And I think Tempo are going to do the opposite here. They're going to have a lot of pressure on this accounting. They're playing 2 barbs off it. It's worth holding. Trust me, you can play a knack through that manager onto that northern barb that they've got placed down, and then have manager holding the opposite. It's battle buddies, baby. It's the main strat. GVGM. We need some people to play together. It's going to be good, and we've seen some lobby control. It's just whether or not can they execute it.
Yeah, and I mean, really interesting thing on the map here, Tetra. Both sides drawing out what they anticipate, or at least are planning to have numbers-wise for their setup and for the attack. Actually, Tempo realizing that they have, 2 charges on the side of Mos Eisley and a lost clacker from the first round. They're worried about a potential double here. They're worried about them trying to push and at least take half their team to secure the button access on accounting, and then go for a quick blow on the loans to storm down the vault while the majority of their team is still fighting off combatants on the manager side. So this is going to be a really, really interesting round. Frosty, though, and at least the defender should hear this run up on the lone side. The door charge is placed. The door is probably going to go down, and Frosty in the spot to get the Vogel, but takes too much damage from the charge.
He played too aggressive there. It doesn't look like he was able to get it out. But Jack and Gefter are still patient on that door, which is good. You don't want to play aggressive once you've got a pick. You can play slow. Nade goes out on accounting. They're flashing it. Good molly there from the defensive side. And it deals a lot of damage to Roby. Jack is able to take down Crimson as they push into lone. Surfront, is he able to trade? He is able to get one, but they're already on the bomb. Makina, the
vault's getting closed.
He's able to get 2 and he's locked in the vault. They've won this round. That is game.
Wow. What a round from Mos Eisley. I mean, just able to execute that split push with just perfection. Stopping the Fogel, allowing their team to actually take into the vault quickly once the button was pressed. And credit to everyone on the accounting side as well. We didn't get to see much of that on the stream, but they were just, whew, they got that button. Strong. They got that button clicked in seconds. Another fast round, and wow, a statement there from Mos Eisley, stopping the bleeding and securing at least 2 points on the first map of this BO2.
Yeah, very, very strong last round there. Really sort of, they were like, we no longer need this. We don't need to keep on bleeding rounds. Let's just finish it. And they did. Straight there. They did a wonderful play, had wonderful splits going on, and it just ended up being that harsh vault play that won Mos Eisley that first game. And it's gonna be a good second game, I think. What are your predictions for the second game, Zig?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, because I was gonna say that game felt like a battle of 2 halves. I mean, we saw early on Mos Eisley had a very quick and a very easily earned 5-0 fell. It felt like this game was gonna be almost a blowout, just a walk in the park, but Tempo did not relent. I mean, they went on a 5-1 run of themselves and brought it to 6-4 before that fateful bank play. And I mean, with that being said, I don't know. I mean, Tempo certainly came alive in that second half. Mos Eisley was struggling to just earn those final 2 rounds. I don't know. I want to say Mos Eisley still, just off of the record, off the round count alone, but I would not be surprised if Tempo just, if they can regroup and recognize what they were doing right in that second half, they honestly could take that map, and we could be looking at a 2-2 split here on the points.
100%. I think Tempo just needs to regroup, rebalance, and get it done. And we shall be back in a 5-minute break. We shall be back with game 2 of Mos Eisley versus Tempo in just 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Vote some channel points and enjoy your 5-minute break. Hello, gamers. We're back. We're back. We're back. Oh my gosh, we're back. How could you foresee this? Maybe because we have a massive timer in the bottom right. Anyway, we're back with another wonderful game. I'm joined here with my fellow co-caster, Zigolo.
Hello.
That is the wonderful Zigolo there. And we're getting into the second game of Mos Eisley Cantina versus Tempo. What are your thoughts after game one?
Yeah, I mean, what a start from Mos Eisley there. As we said before the break, they looked like the dominant team. They looked like the team that had actually shown up and were ready to just go. Firing on all cylinders, 5-0 round start. But Tempo reminded us that there are two needed to tango, and they were storming right back with a lot of really clean rounds on their own. If you missed game one, you definitely got to watch that back, because that was a very, very close bout by the end of it. Mos Eisley barely eking that out.
Very strong game. With
a very fascinating double blow on that bank, or the double push from button onto vault late. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to see Tempo start this game off with some rounds of their own, because they certainly showed that they can match up. So
100%. And I believe we're getting in game very soon. They've queued up. So we're going to see this absolute masterclass of two teams battle it out once again. We're just waiting for them to queue. Fingers crossed they queue very soon, but we are getting to the second game. And after this game, we've got another wonderful matchup. We have got Bunny. Oh, no, sorry, we have not. We've got Dread versus Pink Pony Club, I believe.
Ooh. That is going to be a very great game if that is on stream.
Yeah, it's going to be a very fun game. We're going to see some good teams that battle that out. But again, for another time, if you haven't, why haven't you bought Due Process? Buy DP right now. I heart DP, Zig hearts DP, we all heart DP. Due Process is great. Please buy the game. We're 92% off, 69 cent, 68p or 69p. One of the two. 69p, DP. How many references can we get in there? I don't really know.
Oh man. Yeah, I mean, you'd be silly to not own this game at this point. This is exactly one of the best tactical shooters out there, and for the price like that, hop in, get some friends, try it out, see what you think.
Pro R6 player Zigolo is saying, please get Due Process. You know it's good then. You know it's good. So buy Due Process.
Yeah. If you love Rainbow Six Siege, you're going to love Due Process. That simple as that.
Many are saying with the better Siege. Many are saying.
I would agree. I would agree.
Many, yeah. I mean, we're cheap. But we're getting into the second game.
Due Process, what Siege has lost in the tactical coolness and team play elements over the years, Due Process still has. And here we are going into the first round. Tempo, I believe, starting on defense once again. And this time it's going to be a cheeky little C-store with a lot of interesting rooms on the side of Arcade and Freezer, which it looks like Mos Eisley has immediately recognized that this is what they need in order to get that safe defuse off on the right side of the bomb here. So Tempo now has to figure out how they're going to hold this down. They have rightfully identified that is probably where Mos Eisley is going to push from. It is up to the execution now. Maybe we'll see an auto shotgun out of Frosty again to try to lock down the Freezer office area. Hopefully we have some good crossfires and a Molotov to potentially stall a quick arcade blow. Mm-hmm. And then on the front side, we have a Barb from Machina on entrance. Maybe that's a late Barb. Hopefully he knows that the wall charge has a 2.5 tile radius and would blow that up. Or maybe he gets lucky and they don't wall charge it, so the Barb's just there anyways to lock down entrance with some very interesting angles from an open bathroom door, perhaps, or even in the teller. So Tempo setting up right. We'll see, though, if they can actually execute on that.
Yeah, they're definitely setting up right. And the thing is we see so many different teams and how they plan. It's really fun seeing different teams. And so you have teams like your own team, Arise, who play off a lot of the Battle Buddy strats, and we have Drazi circles being drawn. but it seems like these two teams, specifically on the Tempo side, don't really draw out much of plan. But oh my gosh, we're in.
We are already into the round, and that is a quick 2K on the side of Mose Eisley. Roby and Jack have not failed to take a lot of entry fights in their favor, and Jack just already owns Teller all of a sudden. Tempo is just isolated on the 3 corners of the map. Frosty trying to rotate out of entrance. Machina now falling back into bathroom alongside him, but they're stuck. Mose Eisley is flooded out. Flashes are deep, and they're just not in any position to stop this defuse.
No, the TK coming out from Roby onto Jack, but it's already at 80%. Frosty can't do much. And what a first round. I mean, so strong there from Mose Eisley. We saw just absolute speed. I think they finally figured out how to take down Tempo. Is just bully them. Just speed run. Get everything going very fast.
Yeah, and I mean, Tempo definitely caught off guard by that aggressiveness out of the arcade blow. They had a barb that they looked like they were going to place for the arcade red, but instead were just caught off so quickly that they had to drop it on the freezer door, and already just ceding half the map and half your team's lives. That was not a great round on the side of Tempo. Unfortunately, they caught with their pants down, it appears. And yeah, Mose Eisley is trying to build off of their first game momentum, at least, with an early start and a very quick round.
Yeah, I mean, that momentum is really going to bring them through this next game. Winning that game, I know how it feels to win games. That is such a strong high. They're going to try and ride off that as much as they can.
Absolutely. And on the side of Tempo there, I mean, you mentioned it. They had concepts for utility. They had ideas of what they wanted to hold, but weren't really specific on who was holding what. Confusion and potentially misplaced utility spelled their doom very early, and hopefully they can make some quick adjustments on that end. Already, though, we're seeing potential plans for a harder held castle, barbed wire very taut on that red door, and a potential player as well holding the upper windows. This is how you want to hold this dome. Castles is a very strong room on pretty much every gen of the domes that we see these days, and it's not something you should give up lightly, especially with the angles it has onto the bomb and onto the ruins sites, or at least areas. Mose Eisley, though, going to be working green off this as well. They're planning to take through pit alongside the castle, which would allow them to put pressure on potentially all 3 of those site entrances, being the double pit doors and the castle drawbridge. We're going to have to see something out of Tempo here. This is a tough map to defend, especially if you lose that castle. So
yeah, such a tough map. And I mean, they need to take this with force. And I think we're going to see that. The charge is placed. The charge goes out. JNG, though, behind here. They don't want JNG, but they do. Roby is able to clear that. CBC doesn't look by. He just storms, and a molly goes out in castle. We see hard castle holds here. They've taken half of it, but that is only half the battle when it comes to this castle. They need to clear it, but CBC gets Crimson. That is one half of the castle hold down. Jack is able to get the other one, and it's down to a 4v2. Machina picks up one, and now we're at a 2v4, sorry. What is going to happen?
Yeah, Mose Eisley slowing it down a bit. They're working out pit like we were talking about, trying to get pressure on the site, but Machina with another frag. He's trying his best as Frosty is hiding for the late defuse. Maybe he can catch one here. Does he have enough ammo in that LS to take out the whole team, though? We will see. Mose Eisley surely knows that he's by the water now as they've cleared the majority of the site. Cohen was not fooled.
Not fooled at all.
And it looks like Mose Eisley are going to take yet again another very quick round to their credit.
Yeah, absolutely stormed through that. We saw such a strong castle take, and they just won the fights. I don't think in that round we saw anything that was they outplanned Tempo. They outmaneuvered them. It was just winning those fights. We had Crimson peaking really when he didn't need to. JNG playing for his life, which you don't really want to see when you are in 1-0 down. He had all these things come about, and they just won the fights at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was definitely very well played by Mos Eisley in terms of just their ability to frag out there. I mean, flashes early, they took right off of that bang. They didn't wait a second, crossed into castle, took pit. JNG though almost got away with that. Luckily, Roby checked. Surprised CBC didn't see him on his peripheral there. Maybe that was a 4-3 situation. I don't know what his resolution is, but yeah, that was definitely something that we once again are worried about for tempo on these defenses, is not playing enough off of each other. Playing that spot where you know there's flashes going to be ranging out, that's probably not that's probably ill-advised. Coupling that with a castle player that's just peeking by himself and doesn't have enough presence from teammates on site to really assist his position. No one in pit either. Like, Mos Eisley was just clinical, but also taking very default. They expected where the gunfights were going to happen, and tempo, I guess, had not. They weren't planned for what that play was going to look like out of castle, and unfortunately went down very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this drawing, I think Mos Eisley are definitely taking a backseat on planning. They know that they can just win these fights and just win it all, but they're doing something different. They're using this war charge. I don't think I've seen a lot of war charges on this map. This is a very green-heavy map. They like to take this green, they like to take this club, and then kind of just win these fights. But we're seeing a war charge that will deny the auto. I think we're going to see Frosty play the auto in the same place he did before, in that crates. He did a good job there. He's going to do it again. He's going to die to this war charge.
Yeah, this wall is a very nice adaptation on the side of Mos Eisley. You have it for the last round. Why not use it? And blowing up that side of crates should cut off a lot of the angles on the back side of the site, allow them easier flashes onto clearing near the hall as well. And once again, it's, as we talked about the first time we saw this map, what will tempo do to fight this green push? They know it's coming. They know green is crucial to taking this map. They've already played Mos Eisley on this before. Will they make the adjustments in time? And unfortunately, it seems they are doing none of that. None of the sort, in fact. CBC with the shield is going to allow for his teammate to kick through once they are ready. Already got the bars off of the reception windows and will as well be able to clear through club. Hopefully tempo can get some wallbang damage here. I mean, they have the knack in hand. The locker door peek from JNG is not going to end in his favor. And Roby gets a door closed on his face. The auto for Frosty is going to quickly take out half of Mos Eisley. He gets a third. Oh my goodness.
They're letting him get away with that in this day and age, especially when you know that there's an auto in play. Why are we swinging that? Machna somehow thinks he's Frosty going on the top flank. Is he able to get one? He's
oh my god.
From distance, he's able to get one though. Jack, not watching that angle.
Yeah.
He's gonna get the kill though. And it's down to a 1v2. Crimson, let's not overpeak. This is what we saw last time. We're seeing these people overpeak. We're seeing so many things come out just because they're overpeaking. Crimson's gonna push up. Don't push up. Don't do it, Crimson. Don't push up. Jack on your screens, Crimson on your bottom left. Is Crimson gonna play close to that bomb? He's not going to play close enough for the war charge to kill him, but it's down to a 1v1 swinging, and it's Crimson that goes down. Jack able to secure the round for Mos Eisley.
That should not have been a Mos Eisley round, if I do say so myself. They had the initial pressure. They did everything right on club, but just got a little too eager on that locker's door. Not accounting for the auto, like you mentioned. Frosty makes him pay, but unfortunately, it still results in a loss for his team. And Jack gonna walk off a little bit into the sunset. Mos Eisley's been here before. This is yet again a 3-0 start off their attacks. And it is on tempo to respond, to really show that they are capable of winning these same maps that Mos Eisley has done with relative ease. And wow. We know how we felt after Mos Eisley got in the same situation last time, but Do we think Tempo has what it takes to tie this back up, Tetra?
Who knows? We've seen Tempo really take control on that second half. They acclimatized to Mos Eisley's defense. And I think that after acclimatizing on that first game, they possibly could do the same here and start off with some attack rounds. Mos Eisley seem to have a much weaker defense than attack. Attack is where their bread and butter is. But can we see them win these next few rounds? Who knows? We're seeing some good planning coming down, some good barbs, good swings. Like I said earlier, on this C-Store, we're seeing very definitive spots being played. That's what you want. People don't really know where to play if you don't set them a spot. If you tell them what to do, they're going to do it. And this means that they have so many angles they can play with and so many crossfires. This office, so strong with that barbed wire. The knack is incredibly devastating, that freezer, because it can penetrate that freezer door. That freezer door on the south is a very thick surface. That means that only specific guns can penetrate it. The knack being one. The attackers only have one gun that can penetrate that, the saber, and they're not going to send the saber to office. That is going to be some huge damage there. They're going to be able to deal. Now, what do we think from the defending side they're going to do if they do something that isn't quite planned?
Yeah, I mean, on a map like C-Store, as you mentioned, positions are critical. You need to know and you need to anticipate a blow from any of the three doorways, and that's including the entrance shutters. It's a tough map to defend if you're not in areas that you can actually play off of one another. Machina gonna once again to work his way onto the entrance to get some pressure, and it looks like Tempo is trying to do the exact same push that Mos Eisley did through this arcade with speed, but the barb there is gonna slow them down for the time being.
Nade goes out, clearing that space, and Jack is ready to counter it. Crimson able to take down CBC, lurking in arcade. And we see the kick come out. Surfront pushing in. Very dominant there. Able to take out one. Crimson, Gefter trades. Gefter gets two. Roby goes down to JNG, and Crimson takes out Owen. It's down to Gefter. What can he do?
Right now, the Tempo has all the control they need to go for a defuse. Finally going to work a player onto it. Gefter really just not in a spot here to do anything.
Oh.
And unfortunately, he will go down.
Yeah, what a strong and really showing how Mos Eisley crack under the pressure of their defense. This is what I meant, is that they are so much stronger on attack than defense. We saw so many misplays there. We saw Roby playing in arcade. CBC playing in arcade early on, which I don't think is where you want to be caught out. That is not a spot where you want to play. You want to play on that swing. You want to be the one to take the fight first. You don't want the attackers to be shooting first.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, and after having that barb down as well, you know, having the planning and the strategy of just knowing that they're going to take down that doorway and try to make their push through there, they just didn't have the utility and the positions to really follow that up. Tempo just freely was able to nade that barb, reflash everything in the room after the extinguish went off, and just still took all the same control that Mos Eisley did. A map like C-Store there, and especially when you know there's a door that powerful that gives you a lot of the control you need with a green split, maybe that would be a great time to bring a molly, something just to stop that push once again, eat some of the flashes, lower the utility down on Tempo side, and at least give your team the time to regroup, to take up better positions in freezer, to have teller angles or storefront angles as well. And I mean, once again, I think that we don't say it enough, the value that Machina brings on those storefronts with the torch, with the saber, cuts a lot of the crucial angles off that Mos Eisley just don't really have an answer for. And along with the flashes, along with Tempo taking their time and making sure they had everything right before they got the push out, there was really just nothing there for Mos Eisley to really work off of. Another clean round for the attacks on that same C-Store.
100%. I mean, Machina is so strong and is quite well known for those torch plays onto that entrance area. I think a lot of people have very much recently been picking up the idea of the torch on entrance. I think a lot of teams have been saving it for bank and kill house, but we've seen a lot more variants on that C-store entrance, which really shows to be powerful. It kind of scares the defenders. It's not even just the angles it brings. It scares them because it's something that could change and could lead to death. But
without a
we're
doubt.
away.
We're away into the round, and something to note here, CBC bringing out the mop, Machina once again with the saber, and with the projected hit below from the side of Tempo, we could be seeing a lot of sniper duels here very shortly. Tempo quickly moving around to pit. I think Jack has the angles from upper ruins to spot this out, even with the green kick once again to feign audio. Mose Eisley should know that this pit blow is coming out. And the door does go down. JNG, shield in hand, is going to slowly work his way up. They have a barbed wire. CBC rips a shot. Doesn't connect, though. He has the time to reload. He can go for another. Machina now holding with the saber. Is going to body CBC, but is still alive now. And Tempo needs to be very cautious about the angles that they have up here in Castle.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Crimson able to take out Cohen. This is the thing, is I thought Cohen was their resident sniper. I thought that Cohen would bring more aggression, but it seems like CBC is still taking it. I believe gets a hit on Frosty, but Gefter goes down there to Surfront. Behind the tree, CBC able to get a pick finally. 4 shots for 1 kill. That is not what you want to see. And the auto below!
Oh no! Tempo managed to get the refrag, but it's... Wow, wait a second. Jack jumped off on the bomb. He thought maybe the fuse was going down. He throws his life away, and CBC now with the mop, having to try to clutch out the 2v1. Smokes are on top of him, but that gives him the room to work up here. They got to be careful. 4 seconds left in the defuse. CBC, realizing he's on the other side, gets the pick, but he can't get the double. The spray transfer was so close. Surfrun on 9 HP, but Tempo managed to squeak that one out in exciting fashion.
Yeah, I mean, some really silly mistakes there from Mos Eisley. We saw Jack there right at the end, you said, throwing his life away. He even had vision on, I believe, both of the players through that window, but yet I think he just went to deny the defuse. And in that situation, you do not want to do that. It's a 2v2 play time. Play with your teammate. Let's not go for these solo plays. But in the end, we saw Tempo taking a very nice win there, but not checking that auto spot. Auto able to claim 2 and really turn the tides of the round.
Yeah, that was, I mean, blowing that pit door, that's definitely not something Mose Eisley had expected. It definitely caught them off guard initially. CBC was playing deep in jungle, trying to fight what was going to, what he predicted at least to be a castle blow. And, you know, him rotating over there, he wasn't just in position in time with the mop to really deal any damage. He eventually claimed Machina, but it was too late in the round. All of Tempo already controlled ruins. They were working jungle. The smoke's down, cut off his angles, and unfortunately, for the side of Mose Eisley, Tempo, once again, being able to catch them off guard, that was the difference maker in that round. Auto and all, they still managed to take on site and work the trades, get the control they needed, and I mean, we've only seen attack rounds won on this match, Tetra. I don't really know if much is going to change here on this round, unless Mose Eisley has something to say about it with a harder club hold, which we just haven't seen today from both of these teams.
Yeah, we really need that hard club hold. That is what is determining this round. This club is so strong. And again, we're seeing this weird variance of this wall charge being used. I think it's a good wall charge. I think there's a lot of, you cut off that crates angle, which can hold an auto. But there are, I think, some better wall charges you can do. And specifically, if you know or expect the defending side to play hard club, you could even wall charge into that club from reception and catch them off guard.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if they have the shield in hand still, which I'm not sure they do, maybe Surfrun has shield, or maybe he's carrying the wall there. you know, being able to use the torch to clear out a lot of the barbs and the angles into club may allow them to save that wall charge as they're hoping for. But I do agree. I mean, the wall in club would definitely help speed up this round. You could even potentially use that wall for the lockers side just to help clear through there quickly. But for the most part, Tempo getting a lot of the barbs and the doorways open with minimal damage taken from these wall bangs. CBC is down the half already. And it looks like Crimson actually is going to get killed by CBC. They didn't check that angle. Well, actually, in fact, they were looking at angles close, but CBC with the wall bangs on the leg ropes.
Yeah, wonderful leg race wall bangs there. That is such a strong angle to hold with a wall bang gun. It is just a direct, straight line through bar there. There is nowhere they can go, and that like gross really deals damage. But the wall charge is set. Cohen with the Dawn. Wall charge goes out. Molly goes out on the door, though. That's a bad Molly from CBC. They're pushing in. Surfer unable to get a kill. Makina gets another. And it's down to a 3v3. Roby on the flank. Gefter and Lockers. Jack in sight. What can they do here? Damage dealt. They're just playing the waiting game. Tempo need to get on the bomb, but there's not enough people to get on the bomb. The round is over like that. 3 players go down in an instant.
Tetra, I hate to say it, but I think Tempo made the same mistake they had on their last attack here. They opted to go for a fast crates push. Yes, it gave them sight, but unfortunately, still not enough control of lockers, the hallway, and even the far right corner of the site. Tempo worked themselves into their own kill box there. The wall bangs coming out from the rest of their team. They couldn't really get on the bomb. They tried to make a last-ditch effort to fight out Hall and at least take a frag back in their favor, but it ended up spelling their own defeat. And Mose Eisley, winning the first defense of this split, are now going to be able to hopefully build some momentum off that as they go into Operation Circus Trouble. A very toxic factory.
Very toxic factory. Many people, this is a very common factory that we might see. It's very well known for being long lines of sight. We have just pretty much 50% of the map being one big line of sight from dock to that northern office set area. It can all just be taken out by a saber and dealt with. The problem is we're seeing a very fun idea from the attack here. Now, this only works if you can deal with it with flashes and utility. Teams don't expect this server's blow. It's a very uncommon blow due to the fact that you have to push through these servers' doors. They're very hard, and you have a lot of people looking at them, but they'll be looking at the wrong way if you can catch them off guard. You have to chuck utility over the windows from the north side to flash out the team and hopefully take them off guard and take them flashed and just W key.
With the right utility placement and timing, as you mentioned, this could certainly be a very, very surprising take that Mose Eisley may not even be accounting for. Or perhaps maybe Tempo's accounting for your very, very popular spot here. Maybe that's why they're electing to go server side instead. They said, we don't want to deal with the Tetra spot.
We don't want to.
We know it's too powerful. How can we defeat it? We must instead opt for this server blow.
Many hold off. Many are now. Many teams are not going dock due to my amazing strategy. But Frosty, beautiful nade. That is what we're talking about. That's the utility you want. You want to get a nice early kill, and the smoke is coming out to help. But it's a bad smoke. It hits the top of the factory, and the team are now left stranded in servers with no smoke to deal with it. The Molly goes out. Roby is holding that top, with Gefter and Cohen holding the longer angle. Flash goes out into office. Roby here to defend office by himself. Can he get one? He gets one. Can he get two? He cannot. But Gefter gets the trade with Digmar. And it's down to a 3v3. We have Crimson with the only bit of utility left. Flash and smoke in hand. Cohen shot rings. Can it connect? It can't. But Gefter is able to take out J&G. Frosty and Crimson. Crimson able to take out Gefter. And Frosty peeks into Cohen. Lovely shot. Down to Crimson 1v2. Flash, he sees Cohen. Shot baited out, but can Jack get it? He does. Wonderful crossfire there from Jack right at the end.
Yeah, Jack there saving the mop and the round with that position. Very well played on his side. And, you know, not the round we had anticipated with everything that was planned out there. At least the nade hit. It landed, got the free early pick for Frosty and Tempo, but, you know, the smoke not being there and their team kind of stalling out, they had to opt for an office push instead, which gave them the frags they needed, but unfortunately just, you know, too many bodies lost. The element of surprise also lost. Eisley was able to better reposition for the bomb late, for the cover of their long-range weapons, playing on the staircase near the office side, or near the bomb rather, and I think that was the difference maker in that round, Tetra.
100%. Just so many good angles there from the defense. And I mean, Frosty, what a nade to start the round off. Very, very good nade. Now, we're seeing the defense place some wonderful barbs. I was talking about this yesterday on stream, but this accounting barb, this is where you want to place the barbed wire. You do not want to place it where they've drawn on that, just a bit to the west of it. That is not a good spot, because when the vault opens, that barbed wire will block you from entering vaults silently. And in a clutch situation, you do not want to give away your position. So that is definitely where I would much rather have the barb, on this further into the red door area of accounting. Very well played from that barb there. But we're seeing a hall green duo, I think. I think that's, or it might be a full green to then split into hall and security. This map is very south-based. You can take a lot of control from this green, push into teller, and then push into security, because that's all you need to do. So we'll see if the teams can deal with it, and specifically if the defenders can stop this green from happening. We'll have to see.
We'll have to see, and I mean, currently we see 2 knacks coming out on the side of Eisley. They're anticipating a lot of wall bangs and the potentially security to deal with that very push you had just mentioned. We are seeing as well some cheeky spots in lobby. Roby playing behind the lobby chairs. I think that's Gefter on the left, or maybe that's Cohen actually holding with the mop in hand on Teller's side. They're putting some pressure down. They don't want this green to be taken for free. But Tempo, with the shield and the nade, are already able to potentially start working up onto bomb. Cohen is in Teller. Roby flashed out just before he wanted the peek. Not sure if they cleared him out. And Cohen with a very nice shot on the JNG. Surfer with a refrag. Cohen unfortunately losing his cover there, and the button is pressed. The round is on. Objective is open and available for defuse. And now it's going to be up to Jack and CBC here with the double knacks to try and lock down that security doorway. If I was Tempo here and I heard all those shots running out, I would maybe consider trying to take up on accounting side. Really depends on the utility here, of course. They need to see, engage what and where the barbs and utility are. They actually managed to open up this man trap, but the shield is cut off. The molly isolating him here, and Jack unfortunately just can't get the frag.
Yeah, it's not looking good for this shield. Stuck in security with it held. Crimson on low HP. Surfer able to take out Gefter there. That's the flank dealt with. It's just down to Jack in CBC. Stuck in servers. This is not where you want to be. The double Nax peak. One goes down. It's down to CBC. Nax ring out. He's able to pick up nobody. Not enough damage dealt. And that is 5-3 to Eisley, with Tempo able to get another round. This is looking good for Tempo.
Yeah, we may have the beginnings of their comeback yet again. Tempo, a 3rd attack round secured. A very clean round as well. The only person they lost early was JNG to that mop, but he was quickly refragged by both of his teammates, or rather his teammates. His life traded for 2. And unfortunately, while the knack play and server definitely disrupting Tempo a bit, I think Tempo's decision to bring the shield there honestly paid dividends. Blocking a lot of those wall bangs, spotting out that there was not 1 but 2 players in server there. And then as well, I think Surfront's late pick onto Gefter on the accounting side, and all of a sudden you see both vault doors secured by the attack, and there was just really nothing Mos Eisley could do at that point.
No, very, very strong push there from Tempo. Able to take out their key players as well. That Cohen kill was very, very important. Cohen obviously played for his life there, but Cohen is disgusting on the Morp. So being able to take out Cohen early led to a victory. Very strong.
Very strong, and Roby as well, not able to get a frag on the surf run there early. That was very unfortunate for their end. I think had you at least gotten another pick to trade off of Cohen's, the 3v3 would have made it a little bit more feasible for them to lock down the security and accounting pushes, but just not enough damage, not enough value brought from that green aggression initially. And that was all that Tempo needed to really work the rest of the way onto bomb. But and here we are now on another C-store, one with a office window drop as well.
Yes. One of the famous features of C-Store is having a skylight. And they only show up every once in a while, so it's very nice when we have them. But means that a room for the defenders is pretty much given up. You can't really play an office. You can rat in that top corner, but there's not much you can really do in a skylight. So they hard play in these rooms opposite. So we see Roby placing down this liquor barb and Jack getting ready to double. I believe they're going to
double
Flogel. Yeah, they're going to Flogel the arcade to then Flogel the naded barb again, which if that works out is going to look awesome.
I mean, and look at where Mos Eisley is positioned here too. So many players on the bathroom side. They're really selling out for this potential arcade blow, but they don't know that Crimson also has a wall charge. If they blow up entrance, there's really only one player there that can hold that. Frosty, shield in hand, will be able to start spotting out some of the utility and positions here. An early flash potentially wasted does at least take out a molly and trade, but as it currently stands, we have a standstill, in fact, in and around this arcade red door. Both teams vying for control of this crucial area that would give access to the teller and the bomb direct. A second molly goes out, and now CBC and Roby have to rotate and respect this entrance blow over by the side of Crimson and Machina. There's not a lot of space taken though still. The swing comes out from Jack. He does go down. Frosty dropping the shield. It does lead to his death, but Crimson has made headway now in the entrance. Tempo.
Yeah, I mean, lovely swings here from Gefter and Jack at the same time, able to pick up a kill, but it's down to a 4v3. What's going to happen? Who knows? Got the auto on CBC, on Cohen, sorry. Molotov in hand. Can that delay the defuse enough?
No one's watching this bathroom door. Gefter goes down. Cohen swinging out with the auto, unfortunately, cannot take out Surfront and at least draw some blood there. Once again, Tempo winning another crucial attack for their mounting comeback onto Mos Eisley, but they're on defense now, and as we've seen, unfortunately, Tetra has not been a highlight spot or at least side for them either.
Yeah, very, very. It's almost like both teams just kind of give up playing on defense. It's, you know, we're seeing such strong attacks from both teams. It's like they've forgotten that defense is a side they need to practice for. But we're going to hopefully see some much better defenses coming from Tempo. They know what to expect now. They're back on the defending side. This is where they lost the rounds initially. They lost a lot of rounds on the Mos Eisley attacks. Mos Eisley just need to close out 2 more rounds. That's all they need. They need to win 2 of 3. If they can close 2 rounds out, this could be crazy. But Tempo can still win with a 3-round sweep. They just need to win their defenses. Can they do it?
Can they do it is the question. And early on, I mean, recognizing the strategic positions that you had highlighted on Circus Trouble, these catwalk and office angles that spot out a lot of the dock push. Makes it very difficult for Mos Eisley in this case to really scale up towards the bomb here. They have a barbed wire also being placed on that singular box, allowing you to traverse across the toxic depths. And all of this positioning and the utility usage. We're even looking at a potential molly and a extinguisher placed by Doc to slow that down as well. That's a tough position for Mos Eisley to take from. And to their credit, it looks like they're recognizing this and putting a lot more emphasis on the storage push instead. Nade to clear the barb, flashes to clear out a lot of the positions. If they are successful in clearing storage and at least removing the catwalk's player there near the bomb, this dock blow would have some room to at least breathe, and maybe then they could actually get onto the bomb and take the control they need to actually get a defuse.
Yeah, it's all about these final couple of rounds. We see the attacking team pushing out, and they're ready for this green. This green is very strong, but hopefully we see that the defending team are able to put some rounds into them. Surfront trying to get cheeky with it, but J&G is holding this top side. The door charge is about to go down, about to be clacked. It's been clacked. And smokes are going out. The smokes are too close together. This is not looking good for the attacking side. Roby able to take out J&G though. That is the green hold stop. Surfront, Machina on the same angle. One flash kills him.
Crimson not able to get that potential flank off, and now all of a sudden it is a 4 versus 1 in the blink of an eye here. Can Machina get the frags he needs with the mop?
It's all up to these final moments. Machina more in hand. Can he take out Roby? He can. It's down to a 1v2, but he cannot do it.
A round that...
What a round for Mos Eisley.
Yeah, what a round indeed. I mean, not even needing to use the nade there for the green. I'm curious what happened to the setup and the barbs that Tempo had by storage. I mean, we see 2 bodies there, but nothing to really support each other. Mos Eisley was able to exploit a critical weakness in Tempo's defense, and with that and the dock pressure, there was really just nothing that Tempo can do. We've been mentioning this, Tetra. We really need these teams to contest a lot more on these entries. You cannot just give up map control for free. You cannot provide the attack with all of the space that they need to get up to bomb. It may seem enticing because that bomb is in a awkward position that isn't easily holdable, or at least very exposed for the defenders. But there's a minute 50 on pretty much every single map besides Bank. Speaking of which, there's a lot of time. Almost 2 minutes or 2 minutes plus is a lot of time for the attackers to scale, to set up in positions, to get the covers for the defuse. You can't just play back for the bomb every time. You need to put some stake into holding critical areas for your defense, and especially greens. Greens are a free door, a free entry into the map. That should not be treaded lightly.
No, and specifically on this map, you need so much force on it. It's a very easy green to just give up, and then the round can be over in a second. Security and accounting are very hard to push into, but that doesn't mean you don't need to give up lobby easily. You need pressure, you need to see people, and I don't think that they're going to give it up easily.
Yeah, not at all. If you're on Tempo right now, you need to recognize that green was very easy for you to take, and thus it will also be very easy for your opponents to potentially take. You need to put some emphasis on this. Can't just leave a barbed wire in front of the door and hope that will stall out the other team. And in fact, Mos Eisley, recognizing, or at least trying to anticipate that there would be a heavy lobby teller hold, is now going to also blow this hall doorway to isolate those defenders that could be playing close by the bathroom, inside a teller, or even upper hall in alones. Looks like Tempo is really trying to gamble on this accounting blow. In fact, Frosty positioning there with the auto is very intriguing. Very intriguing. That auto could definitely be a force to reckon with, is, you know, something that can change the tide of the round for them. But him being all the way on the accounting side right now is Mos Eisley is going to be scaling up quickly to take all of green. There's going to be a lot of pressure here on Surfront's head in a very short moment.
Yeah, Machina and Surfront being caught off here. Machina, door charge goes out. Good molly from Machina. But Machina is running straight across the green. How are they not seeing this and killing? Doors weren't open. That is a misplay from Mos Eisley. They should have had some vision there to help out the push into Hall. And flashes go out. Machina swinging with the AK. He picks up one. Gefter goes down to Surfront. Machina picks up Cohen. Jack trades for Surfront, and it's down to a 4v3. But never mind, Jack picks up one to make it a 3v3, and the vault is opening. These final holds could be disaster or success for Mos Eisley.
Jack is going to be flashing its manager. Not a good flash, though. Machina immediately taking him out. But CBC following up with a kill on Crimson. Stuck in the man trap with this molly, though. Frosty is able to take out his teammates. And now it is a 2 versus 1. CBC with the chance here to end this game and secure his team a second map. Can he do it? He's got a lot of time to play with, but not a lot of ammo on his AP.
Down to these final moments. Frosty with the auto. You said it could be dangerous. Is it dangerous enough to clutch the round? CBC, mini AK in hand. He has a smoke. Is he going to use it? Don't use it, CBC. He's thrown it. That's given Frosty enough space. Machina behind the bomb. Goes down. Frosty, though, can come from the smoke and strike. From the ashes like a phoenix, and he gets the kill! Tempo are still in the game. How? Oh my gosh.
Wow. Frosty in the position late. The smoke. Unfortunately, CBC had no clue that there was an auto going to be lurking under it. I'm shocked. I'm shocked, really. That green, that entire side by button was very free for Mos Eisley's taking, and yet it still costs them 2 lives. They had a free pick on Surfront, but they didn't have the door open. He ran through the entirety of lobby, smoke down and all.
Directly through lobby. They needed those doors open to aid that. The whole point of that blow was to, like you said, just push them out, put pressure on them, and they weren't able to do it. And I think that led to the loss. And hopefully we see some better attacking here.
Hopefully, and I mean, they still have some charges at hand. They used 2 doors already, but the wall potentially going down on either arcade or maybe entrance. Mos Eisley, recognizing they still have a torch, though, they could open up these entrance angles and maybe utilize those skylights in office to make a much cleaner and less path of resistance take through the liquor freezer side. We'll have to see, though. This is the round, Tetra. The round that could decide whether or not Tempo can steal a point from Mos Eisley and keep themselves in the top 8 in the run for playoffs, or will Mos Eisley secure this final round, take a hard-fought 4 points, and push themselves closer to the top 3, knocking on the doors of my own team and Chaos?
Yeah, I mean, it is so close in the standings, and it really is coming down to the wire. After these Sunday matches, there is only 3 weeks left of the Swiss format before we head to our playoff stages, where we decide the winner of DPL Season 1. It is going to be close. We're going to see a lot of battles, and this is one of the main battles you want to watch. It's those mid-table teams. We need to figure out who is getting seeded where, because if you are 8th, if you are 7th, you are going up against Arise or Chaos in the playoff bracket, and that could cost you a lot.
That would certainly be an uphill battle for any team. trying to just barely squeak by in playoffs. But here we are. I mean, Mos Eisley, they are in a very good position standing wise. They know they have at least that carrying back for them. They hopefully will play with a lot of confidence here, knowing they already gotten 3 points. They just need to win one more round to get the full reward. Meanwhile, Tempo trying their best to claw out this last round. J&G is in fact flashed out of freezer. And now all of a sudden, Mos Eisley owning the entirety of the right side of the map. Cohen is on those front angles. The lights have been turned off. Oh my, this is not looking good for Tempo. They have practically only 1 or 2 doorways now to fight the bomb defuse. Gefter and CBC, in fact, are going to take advantage of that and work in the bathroom.
No.
They've cleared out half of their team in a swift moment. And now it is unfortunately up to Surfront. A Molly cutting him off. And Frosty once again with the auto. Can Frosty do it? It's just up to him. He can't see Gefter. He finally gets the pick, but there's only a few bullets left and not enough time for him to stall out the bomb there.
Wow.
Mos Eisley, a very, very, very hard-fought game for them. Tempo would not relent. They would not go down. No matter how many rounds they put up early on, they had to fight tooth and nail, 23 rounds to just get the points they needed to elevate their position in the standings and put them now closer to a top 3 seed with only 3 weeks left, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it's gonna be a close fight for these mid-ranking teams, and I think a lot of mix-up has happened over the last couple of days with these games. We've seen that MKUltra has been knocked down to 13th place. So MKUltra is now down to the bottom 2. BNUUY going up 1 due to their games. And it just comes down to these final few weeks. Now, we do have a break. This is week 4, so we're having a week break for our 2v2 tournament that you can sign up for now. But it all comes down to those final 3 weeks. It's gonna be a bit of a fight. We're gonna see if people can succumb to these type of things, but who knows what could happen? It could be anyone's game.
Yeah, this final 3 weeks, everything's on the line. There are all these teams, as you mentioned, teams that are fighting at the heels of Chaos and Horizon, Mos Eisley, Tempo, Third Team, even Cave Dummies, and obviously Frogs and Q Process too. There's a lot of teams already that are close in points, that have won and lost hard-fought matchups against those other teams in that echelon. And you know, with only a few more games to go, these games become even more critical. These points that you can collect, these potential opportunities to secure great seeding in the playoffs coming in August, that is of utmost importance for these teams. And Mos Eisley, once again, extremely well fought on their half and on Tempo's part. Shout out to them. I know Tempo missing their IGL in Fellow, having players coming in and out of their team over the last few weeks. They still managed to put up a really impressive splits, especially on their attacks. There's a lot to look forward to them, and hopefully them, despite this outcome today, they still have a great opportunity to get into the playoffs and to make some noise.
Yeah.
Well played to both teams.
Well played. Both played incredibly well, and it is down these last few weeks. Well, that has been Mos Eisley versus Tempo. I almost forgot the team name. Thank you very much for watching. We should be back with another game in about, hopefully, 20 to 30 minutes. We shall see you then. Thank you to my co-caster Zigalo for stepping in today. Wonderful time.
Very lovely time, as always, Tetra. Very lovely.
One last thing before we go. I heart DP. I mean, 79 cents. Just buy the game. Buy the goddamn game. Buy it. What's wrong with you? You haven't bought it? Buy it now. You buy it for like 5 friends. It's like $4 if you buy it for like 5 friends. Buy it now. Please buy it. Anyway, we shall catch you all in a short break. We shall see you all after the break. Bye! What is up? It's me, Tetra. Wow, this is crazy. I'm in 8-bit mode because my internet sucks. And I'm here joined by the wonderful Nog.
Hello, I'm Nog, joining
Wow.
Tetra. Yay! 8-bit Tetra, I should say.
8-bit Tetra. We gotta just really chunk my audio down. Like, if we could just get a massive 8-bit filter, just to kind of sell it. Anyway,
you're looking a lot like the back patch right now, I gotta say.
I am, yes. Let me There we are, I'm there. We've recreated the back patch. Okay.
Oh, beautiful.
Anyway, we are going into this second game of the day. It is going to be BNUUY, the GOATs, versus MKUltra, two very well-known teams. What do we think about these two teams, Nog? How are we feeling about these two teams?
I know BNUUY are more, I would say, in my opinion, a more up-and-coming team. I think MKUltra, I kind of feel the same way about, to a degree. I know there are a lot of MKUltra hate watchers out there, so welcome to the stream.
Welcome to the stream.
I think because of the hate watch that MKUltra tends to get with this, I'm going to be rooting for them, but I couldn't tell you if this match is going to go one way or the other. I think these teams are potentially similarly skilled and experienced with play of this caliber, this tier. So I'm actually genuinely curious to see how these teams face off against each other. I think these are going to be a couple close games today, Tetra.
Yeah, I agree. I think they are both well known for being, you know, they have their weaknesses, but they can overcome them, and they're going to be very tightly matched, I feel. They're very similar in play style, and so it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen. You know, what are these matchups going to happen? We're still waiting for rosters to be locked, still awaiting that. But while we wait for that, we can hopefully get a bit more going. What did we think about the last game? We had Mos Eisley versus Tempo, which was a very close game.
It was a very close match. That second game as well, especially, it was a real nail biter down at the end of the match there. The last round especially, I believed until the death of that last mop player that Tempo could still clutch it out and bring about a tie, but Moss did end up taking that game. Let me take a look, see if I can find stats here. I do want to talk a little bit about it. Gotta find the right channel that it's in of the 837,000 channels we have in this Discord. Game, I mean, it looks like it was the same score across both games. Oh no, just kidding. Am I trolling?
JK.
It was 7-4.
Possibly.
That game 2 or was that game 1 that it was 7-4?
Game 2 was a 6-6.
Might have gotten posted. Is that true?
game.
I think you're lying to me.
Sorry, 7-5. Apologies. Sorry, I believed so much in.
Okay.
Believed so much.
I know Tempo didn't have Fellow there today, who is normally a more of a in-game leader type figure, so he does kind of guide them a lot, and I think that probably did have to do with their losses today. I imagine if Fellow was there, these could have been just 2 straight up tied games, super even all the way across the board. But I gotta say, I mean, even without Fellow there, Tempo did a great job. Surfront at the top of the board for game 1, and second in game 2, him or them and Frosty kind of swapping as the top players on those on the damage boards and stuff like that. They played very, very well. Crimson, of course, a very good AK player, very good gunner, also doing quite well in those games. But of course, Moss, and it tracks with how they played against Arise in one of their scrims I saw recently. They did manage to beat them. It was almost a 6-1 or 7-1 or something like that, but Arise came back. But enough about that. Moss played very well, taking these 2 games. Jack, especially, and Gefter, doing a lot to bring these victories for their teams here.
Yeah, it's definitely something they brought home the bag. Cohen had some lovely shots going on. There were lots of good plays over that match, and we saw some really, really strong things. We shall hopefully see some stronger things in this game. A lot more, there's a lot more community, I think, with BNUUY, and also specifically with MKUltra. They are very, very strong teams, and they have a lot of fun players to play around. We've sort of seen Big Man play quite well recently, and specifically in 10-mans. Big Man has played quite well in 10-mans.
Yeah, Big Man, a notorious figure in the 10-man scene.
Notorious figure, and so we've seen him play very well recently. It's just kind of down to, can they close it out? Can they win it?
We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. I think we're getting pretty close to getting in game now. Let me see. Do we have those rosters?
Still awaiting.
We know who are getting into this game? Oh, okay. Okay. Good. I'm glad we can blame him. Tetra is off scot-free. Oh my gosh, Tetra, you got an upgrade. I see you in dazzling 1080p now. Maybe I shouldn't have spoke too soon.
Yeah, maybe.
I think I might have jinxed it. I think he is back down to his 8-bit persona. But regardless, I know BNUUY had a match against Frogs last week. It was Sunday, I think, was that matchup.
Yes, I believe so.
Trying to find the stats for that one. Good. I know game 1 they played pretty well. I mean, it's indexed hard carrying Frogs for the most part, but a lot of good stat lines across the board for these BNUUY players. So certainly nothing to scoff at. And specifically, one of the players on BNUUY topped the board in the first game, doing very, very well. I would say 12-9-4 scoreline, 80% cast, 154 ADR on attack, 144 ADR on defense. Very consistent play from that player. Same with Yali. Yali's also another very consistent BNUUY player. Always performing seemingly one of the better players on that team performance-wise consistently. So those are probably my 2 focuses. I want to see how Mel does as well. I don't actually know who BNUUY's IGL is. I don't know how their sort of communication in game and coordination works. So hopefully we'll get a bit of a look at that.
Yeah, I believe that Yali is the IGL, and they have, the problem is they have a lot of communication issues. That is BNUUY's main issue, is that they always forget to talk about what they're about to do. I've seen many games where BNUUY will go in and they will have a great plan and they'll know what to do. As soon as it gets into round, they will crumble. They forget what's going on. They will forget what game they're playing. So they just need to figure out how they can build around this and just, play the game.
Yeah, a good play never survives contact with the enemy, as we all know. And great picture of Tetra being posted. Sorry, I broke character there. I'm excited to see how BNUUY is able to adapt and change up plans mid rounds and adjust to what the enemy is doing this game. I think that'll be a good point to watch. I think I'll probably be kind of paying attention to that very closely.
Yeah.
This set of rounds.
Close game. But again, we're just awaiting Winter Draken to, I think she's doing something else because they're not at all in PC.
Uh-oh.
We're just figuring out what they're doing.
Tetra, I'm curious about your opinion now that you watched the Tempo Moss game. We have seen Tempo face off against Arise, I believe.
We have.
I don't know if we have seen Moss face off against Arise in official tournament play yet. I know that is not the topic of discussion at the moment, but I am curious.
Yes.
How do you think Moss is going to stack up against Arise when that opportunity does present itself for them?
Wow, we have seen Arise really go through different phases of what Arise is over the last couple of weeks. We've seen week 1 Arise absolutely dominant. Week 2, they hit Chaos and just didn't know what to do. They absolutely crumbled. It was a communication issue. They then had week 3 to come back, figure out what was going on, and just get things right. And they're slowly building it back up. And we saw that yesterday. We had another Arise Chaos matchup, and they absolutely destroyed Chaos. It wasn't even close. We saw so many angles and so many things being held. We see all of the wonderful things that Chaos can do, and they were able to do it. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, unfortunately I wasn't present to watch that whole Arise Chaos rematch series. But yeah, Arise taking it this time. It's really nice to see them making adjustments and being able to beat this team that kind of put them down the first time. I love to see these rivalries build and grow, and man, if this is not one of the more exciting matches to look forward to, Chaos Arise type. I'm looking forward to playoffs where we get to see more of this, maybe even in a best of 3 or, best of 5. Really long for. Yeah, pretty cool. Let me see.
Going to be close.
Oh, you know what? Might as well mention this, right? Do you guys know that Due Process is currently 79 cents on Steam, thanks to the summer sale?
Did you know that? Did you know that?
That's pretty, that's not too expensive. I would say pretty affordable.
That's not
maybe you have 3 or 4 friends who you've been trying to get into this game because it's so cool and awesome, as we all know. Hashtag I love DP. And they said, no, $10, that's too much for me. Well, now they don't have an excuse. They have to buy it. 79 cents, hard to pass up. 79 cents US dollars, I should say, just to clarify. But yeah, if you don't have the game and you'd like to play, now is the best time to get it. If you have friends you want to get into the game, now is the best time to buy a copy for them.
It really is. It is the best time to play due process. Many are saying.
Many are saying.
By
And
many, I mean me.
And with the 2v2 tournament coming up, you won't have to be as committed to a full 4 or 5 stack to play competitively. You can just get one little buddy there with you to join you and go shoot some heads, click some heads.
Yeah, exactly. Click some heads, get it all going. It's all going to be great. We're just waiting on this team. I'm trying to coordinate them somewhat.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer.
We're getting closer.
Progress is being made, which is good to see.
And so we have the locked in rosters ready to go. Let's throw that up the stream. I mean, look at these rosters we've got. No Winter Dragon. She's not playing today. She can handle the BNUUY stomp that's about to happen. That's what I'm seeing. 7-0, 7-0 from BNUUY. That's my prediction.
That's your prediction?
That's my great prediction.
Well, I'd hope to see a little more competitive game than that, certainly. I mean, looking at the lineup on BNUUY's side, Yali, fantastic player as well. Exceptional. Yeah. I know Carolyn is, in my opinion, one of the best shotgun players in the game at the moment, even post nerf. Jazzboat's also phenomenal player, and Mel, of course, sister to Sachi, and I believe captain of the team, will be there as well to support the rest of her girls.
Yeah.
The other hand, though, MKUltra, like you said, big man's there, Tetra.
Big man's there. Big man is there and is ready to stomp. Big man is a great shotgun player. He knows his way around a tub. He knows how to do it, but refuses for some reason to pick up the auto, even though it is the better shotgun. And obviously, in my opinion, the more skilled one. I would say so. Quite a skilled weapon. Probably the most skilled weapon in the game, I'd say. We then have Nujabes. We have MA Spartan, Cats, and Rocket Drive. Now, Cats is a pretty well-known long-time player, playing the game for quite a long time. So we have that age and that ability to just play, people that played the game for such a long time, be able to come in, play some rounds, and figure stuff out. And so we would like to hopefully see the fact that they are going to hopefully stop. But we've just got the call that they are going into game, and here we are in game. Now, we are on a wonderful factory. This is a factory that we've seen time and time again. It is going to be pretty good. We've seen a lot of people play this quite differently. We've seen the green push. We've seen the top right blow. It's all about how people can execute this. And obviously, we've seen it at different levels. We've seen people at a high level take this on. And we're now seeing people who I wouldn't say are as good as Arise, but, they're still a high-level team. We've seen this play, and they are going to go for a 5-man stack through this generator. Apologies, so they're going for a green-red split. It's going to be hard to take. We're seeing a lot of different angles. Flares are going out. They're ready to play this, and they've got a smoke for this green. It's going to be interesting to see this push because, again, you're going to want to take that big area, that big space, all of that coming together to finally figure out how you're going to attack this. We see, obviously, a lot of hold on this red door because it's a good blow, very strong blow. If you want to double charge, you have that storage, but if you want to single charge, you have the generator. And that is what they're going to use. And as I say that, they're prepping to blow this red door. The flashes are about to come out. They're playing it slow. And they're just waiting for the green to make contact. And the charge goes out. More shot rings. Doesn't hit.
Pretty good shot coming down. Yeah, no damage. Big Man sneaking up here, gonna get a frag on Mel and potentially a second onto the Mop player. Yeah, 2 frags there for Big Man. Like we were saying, Big Man has a lot of weight on his shoulders, playing very well recently. Cat's getting some fire down over onto the generator stack there as well. And here comes some Legros play. Carolyn getting 2. Oh my gosh, a jumping shot from the hip fire as well. This is a close set now. Oh, Carolyn taking some damage through the tarps there. It is a 2v2. One of the attackers very low. MA Spartan taking fire from, I think that was the Gruber there on Yali. Attackers having to slow down a good bit. They kind of want to push this, it looks like. I get a little closer. They have a flash, so if they get a solid one placed down, they could potentially flash both of these. Carolyn getting some shots off. Yali as well. Oh, just 1 HP left, and BNUUY will take that round with some exceptional gunplay from Carolyn and Yali both.
Yeah, really well played there. Some very strong angles. We saw Big Man able to pick up 2 to start off with. Very strong openings from Big Man. But then Caroline with the Legros, I do not know what they were doing on that gen. They were able to pick up. It just is mental.
Yeah, those 2 frags from Carolyn, especially the jump shot hit fire from the Legros was very unexpected. Getting 2 there really turned that round around. I think that might have been a little bit of a pivot point, because it was looking kind of desperate a little bit for the defenders there for a second, with just 2 kind of up and available. But they brought it back. They got the frags that were needed, and the flash didn't go down in that final room very well. Only hitting 1, I think, if that. We are now loading into our second map here. Quarterback Zeus. A fun little C-store. Take a look at. See, I do like an entrance blow on this storefront. It seems pretty quick to get in. There's a lot of cover that the defenders can play on, but a couple nice placed flashes around those pieces of cover will do wonders to clear those out. Teller is also a very strong position for the defenders, because you can defend both arcade and storefront from it. So I imagine they'll try and have someone playing there for the side of BNUUY. And it looks like MKUltra are planning a split here, entrance and storage through freezer both. They want to take control of bathroom as well, where that power is located. I don't know if they'll be turning it off. Don't think it is too strong on this map here. But I do like the idea of coming from the left side of this map, from the west side of this map, as the east side is there's a lot of funnels you have to push through with many crossfires, but freezer and bathroom lets you split out into storefront so many different ways that not even 1 or 2 defenders can shoot everyone who's running out if you execute that well. Speaking of execute, we are now jumping into execution phase, and they've decided not to bring the wall charge or a clacker, so this is going to be a full green push from
yeah,
except for the torch going storefront with the saber.
Yeah, this torch saber is very strong, and a lot of people have been using it as of recent. It's very strong because it cuts off a lot of that storefront, and we're seeing the attackers taking this green step by step. Big Man pushes in, but Jasbo is able to take out Rocket Drive. That important C-store storefront gone. The wallbangs come out, and Caroline picks up Big Man, who just sits there and takes it. Cats again down to Caroline. It's now a 2v5. Caroline has made this crazy. She is popping off MAA with oh my gosh, Jasbo, mollying themselves. MAA picks up Caroline, and it's down to a 2v4. Flash in hand. They only have 2 flashes remaining. 1 is now being used into bathroom. They have that bathroom controlled. Jasbo with a tub that will not kill from this range. I believe Jasbo is hoping that they'll push into liquor and just push in blindly enough to run past and into range. Shots coming out from storefront. Jasbo right around the corner. Tub. Flash goes out. Door is shut though, and they're not pushing off that flash. They need to push off that flash. That's what they need. MA able to pick up another. Down to a 2v3. Nade in hand for MAA. Is the nade being used? The nade's being used in freezer to get rid of the barbed wire there, I believe. Or maybe not. Maybe just to delay the flank. Ah! Able to take out MAN. It's down to Jubbers in a 1v1. And he goes down. 2-0 to BNUUY. Unfortunate round there.
Exceptional early frags from Carolyn and who was the other that got the kill? I don't know if it was Jazzboat. It was someone towards the front side killing the Saber on the storefront to just like prevent that. It's such a strong angle you have there. You can shut down so many spots that defenders can stop the bathroom push and freezer push from. And getting that frag on the Saber was key. I gotta say, to taking that round, and they were able to just focus the rest of BNUUY on the north side of the map, focus on the bathroom, and slow down the MKUltra push so many times. I think 2 frags from Carolyn were through walls with a knack there, so that really put a wrench in their plan, I'm sure.
100%.
Now on this Leopard Tide map, this is a fun one. I love a double charge on this map. It seems like they're going to do the shed blow with a wall charge in hall. This is also fun. Yeah, they shifted over to office. I like this. This is fun to blow on the backside of bomb and defuse from the inside there. But I think teams are quite ready for this most of the time now, and you can kind of have so much spam onto this spot from this side. Even with a Dawn, something you could fire through this block of stuff here to get some damage down. A knack as well. And this isn't too slow of a push. If this barb does go down, like Carolyn has claimed it, then the flank possibilities for the defenders is going to be a little bit harder, but with an auto shotty there, they'll have to push through that barb straight into that auto shotty. So it's still going to be very, very hard for them, I think.
Yeah, this double blow from office onto the wall charge on bomb, very common strategy we see a lot. We've seen it be used by Ratus. We've seen it be used by other teams. And I think they might be prepped for it. We'll see.
Yeah, there's a lot of barbs going down to the west side of the map, so it's not really gonna stop much of an office push. There's the 1 barb in office, so that will slow them down a little bit, and they don't have a frag or torch, so they can't get rid of it. So they're gonna have to push through it.
Yeah, those barbs are going to be nasty. A lot of barbed wires, specifically on this kill house, result in a lot of death. Like you were saying, you can wallbang on those spots, but you can also wallbang straight onto that barbed wire from Hall. But the charge goes out and they are pushing in. 1 flash use on this, but they are stuck behind this barbed wire like we stated. Auto shotguns. Gets 1. Caroline with the auto gets 1. Has a second drum though, very smart. Last map, might as well take that second drum. Molotov goes out onto the attackers. No damage dealt, or very little at least. This barbed wire is going to the death of them. 2 on one side of it, 2 on another. They're split, divided by this barb. We have some more KRM shots going through, and the war charge goes out. But I think they're ready for it. The fuse is happening. Can they stop it? They see Rocket drive through the small gap. Yarly takes out 1. R takes out another. It's down to Jarvis again, who goes down to Jazzboat.
And just like that, all of MKUltra are down.
Just
Holy moly.
instantaneously. Such fast kills. It happens in an instant. They did so well there.
The push really got slowed down when their clacker player died on that barbed wire near that door. They had to readjust with a molly on the body, wait it out, face against several wall bangs on the attacking or from the defender side as they were waiting for this molly to end so they could get the clacker so they could open the wall to get the defuse started. And by the time it really happened, the defenders had rotated around and were so extra prepared for that execute. They even had time to get a good flank on, and one by one, MKUltra just fell to the guns of BNUUY. Do like the plan that they had, but unfortunately, BNUUY was able to stop it entirely, effectively. Permit Absolute. Now the map we are looking at. A green door on the south side of dock with a barbed wire in front of it is pretty standard. always barb entrance is what you say on a bank, so the same should apply to dock here. If you don't have a barb there, they can run in oh so fast, get cover on generators in the east side of the map, get some flashes in, maybe get some early picks. But it does look like they might be kind of interested in that. This set of steps on the dock, the south side is kind of drawn over a little bit, but it is able, you are able to access the office and such from there. So it might be going green. I don't see any charges placed. I don't see anything like that. It seems like they want to play a little green, which will be fun to see. I don't think I've seen a green played on this map before.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of greens be played over the last couple of days, but it's kind of a new strategy, I think. I think a lot of teams are finally waking up to the fact that you don't need to do this double blow. This isn't a double blow specific map. You can take a lot of this space with just a single charge and a green split. But like you're saying, I don't think we've seen a single green, just a straight green. And they haven't taken any door charge, so they are set for this. They have 2 smokes up for grabs. Or maybe even 4, unless those are flashes. I cannot tell. We should probably make it a bit more obvious, but that's dev me talking.
Yeah, sometimes the little icons look similar when when the bit rate goes down a little bit, but 8-bit flash grenade could look like. So we're getting some fire down onto the screen door now, as the attackers are stacking up ready for this execute.
And this Morp is holding it. Big man, we're trusting you. He gets a body on Yarly, but it's not enough. Yarly's pushing in. 1 smoke goes out, and they're ready. Caroline, lovely kill onto Cats there. Great opening. Yarly pushing up onto this middle sector of Generator, and they are flying. MA taking down Yarly, but Mel able to trade out that Morp. That is so important, and Jazzboat gets another. It's down to a 2v4. Can they do it? And they're swinging. Rocket goes down. Nujabes 1v4. Once again, Nujabes in these 1v4 situations. I think this is the 4th time in a row. Nujabes able to take down 1. Molotov goes out. And he's getting swung by and he doesn't realize Nujabes goes down. That is 4-0.
Wow. Great green take. Very aggressive early, just to push into that barb. Yali taking the mop shot. DGAF. And didn't even die, I don't think, in the first gunfight that happened. It was... there was actually, a kill for the side of BNUUY happened before Yali did die after getting tagged by that mop. So very, very nicely done. It seemed like MKUltra were not necessarily ready for that green. They didn't have a lot of crossfires onto it as much as they could have. And BNUUY was able to kind of take advantage of that, pushing in very quickly, getting a couple early frags, and then kind of funneling the rest of the defenders into the site where it is much easier to flash them with that close range, and taking gunfights together, they were able to shut down those last 3. And Nujabes had a moment of maybe glory, but it was again taken away by with some black tar shots.
Yeah, it's looking very strong for BNUUY right now. I don't think we've seen BNUUY play this well against MKUltra. This is dominance.
This is not as close as I thought it was going to be. With BNUUY being up 4-0 now, as we go back into quarterback Zeus, this C-store, they, on the side of BNUUY, have decided they want to double charge, it looks like. Now, that could change, of course, but they have 2 charges down, 1 on arcade, 1 on entrance. They do seem intent on taking the Saber, while the defenders are kind of focusing on this north side, the sort of more green freezer area with their planning at the moment. They do have a little bit drawn in the storefront. It looks like they will be wanting to place one of the barbed wires up there, but they don't have the actual barb ping down. So see if that does actually go down. I'm sure they'll have someone playing in Teller. Like I was saying the last time we saw this map, Teller's a very strong position to hold off both arcade and storefront. Though if they get too close, you can kind of get stressed in there. You'll feel like a bird in a cage kind of thing, unable to spread your wings. Liquor's also a very strong position to hold, I think, kind of early in the round for the defenders, playing up towards storefront, maybe in arcade as well, because you can sort of slow an arcade push. But it does look like they've pivoted off the arcade push on the side of BNUUY. They want to play more just 5-man entrance stack. And the barbs are being placed down now. It looks like they want to do 4 from the side of MKUltra on this map. We'll see if the bathroom does get placed. There's only 3 that are actually claimed, so they might just go with the 3. Entrance as a 5-man stack in this map is going to be very, very nice. Barb not down at the entrance, actually, and I only see 4 defenders in this map loaded in.
Yeah, it seems like one of them is definitely in the game. They've all picked up weapons, but somehow, some way, hasn't made it in. This seems to be a massive misplay on the MKUltra side.
Oh, there he is now. He's in now. Good.
He's in now. Never mind, he is in. And there goes Jazzboat getting an initial pick on MAA Spartan. They're pushing in, and this is what Chaos like to call the Rising Phoenix Kakar. I did it yesterday. We're doing it again. They're pushed in. They're so deep. Caroline able to pick up one. Cats swinging with the knack, but not able to connect. Cats going down to Jazzboat. Big man, MAA. Big man holding this bomb defuse while MAA holds the other angles, and the diffuse is going out. This is not good for Big Man. Big Man has someone behind him. Not able to pick up one. Jazzboat gets another, but goes down. And Caroline is able to clean it up. That is 5-0 for BNUUY.
A little unfortunate that Big Man didn't load into the round until so late, it seems. They weren't able to get that barb down on entrance, which would have slowed down the attackers quite a bit in that push, that Rising Phoenix, like Tetra said. Phoenix Rising. Actually, I don't know which word comes first, to be honest. But that was almost a clean round from BNUUY. Only one MA Spartan getting one on of course, but that was a little too late into that round. At that point, you're already down so much HP. There's 4 other attackers that you have to worry about, and even with an AK in hand, it was just too much. Takedown, very, very good execute from BNUUY. They played their crossfires very well. They played patiently. They didn't try to get to bomb too quickly. They got all the kills they needed and executed very fluidly. We did just see this map not too long ago. It feels like this game has been going by very fast with the way BNUUY has been playing. Tetra, I'm curious on your take on this map. I want to see how you feel about what BNUUY has planned right now with a double blow with 2 door charges.
Well, this shed charge is very... I'm not the biggest fan of it. It's a good charge, but Kitchen is so easy to give up. You can just take it. The defenders will not be there. The only problem there is we see a barb going down, Kitchen to construction. They are going to hold construction. So this could catch out some of the defenders. We might see Big Man rat in construction and hide in the little corners of it. But this double charge is very interesting. So many teams overlook the interior door charge when, oh my gosh, the interior door charge is special. It's going to cause a distraction, and it's going to hopefully get a kill. We shall see.
Interior door charges are one of my favorite things to do. Like you said, it's unexpected. It'll clear a barb. It'll blow a door you can instantly execute without having to open a door with a shotgun or expose yourself to kick it down. It does look like MKUltra are actually quite prepped for construction, with a barb ready to be placed in crates in just a moment's notice. Nujabase is in construction on their own with a molly though, so they will slow down the push a little bit. And then Rocket is placing that barb now. We're getting into some action here real soon, it seems like.
Yeah, and that Molotov instantly going out. Good Molotov, able to get away from the action, and they are pushing into construction. Kitchen, we have a player stuck in Kitchen, but will they clear it? I don't think so. Mel taking down one. We have a trade from Cats taking out Mel, and there is the Kitchen flank. Oh my gosh, Nujabes is able to take out R, and it's down to a 3v4. Jazzboat takes down Big Man, ratting in construction, and Caroline takes one. They're losing their lives like it's nothing. Why are we peeking? Caroline gets another. It's down to Nujabes. 1v3. Door charge is placed. This could lead to it. Stuck on the door. Caroline takes down Nujabes for the 3K.
Very well played by Caroline. Good AK gunning. There was a moment of a pivotal moment. The shotgun duel between Jazzboat and Big Man on the south side of crates. If Big Man wins that, I think that crates take goes so drastically different. I think he's able to convert that into a lot more damage, maybe even a second kill on someone, on Caroline or something in that scenario, turning the tides for his team. But of course, it was BNUUY who took that round again, playing confidently through construction, playing confidently through crates, executing exceptionally onto the bomb. And unfortunately, we didn't get to really see that door, that interior door charge get used, but Yali did end up going down to it for a little fun at the end of the round. So at least we got something out of it. We're now swapping over to our second half of the game. BNUUY still on attack, up 6-0. MKUltra. Ooh, this is a tough battle now. 6 rounds in a row is their goal. And I mean, BNUUY has done it, so it is possible.
Yeah, very possible. The 6-0. I think anyone was expecting this. Even though they are missing Winter, there is no way that Winter is the difference in this 6-0, potentially 7-0 game. Very strong from BNUUY right now, and it is looking good. We're going into this potentially final round.
Yeah, BNUUY has been looking great. They've been a lot of the issues that they had earlier in the season seem to have vanished for the most part. They seem to be communicating a lot better. They're moving together. They're taking fights together. They haven't really had a moment where solo play has been losing them around or anything like that. And the opposite seems true for MKUltra. They seem split up. They don't seem to know what everyone on their team is doing. They're having trouble holding crossfires, and they're struggling to get advantageous positions and kills early in the round. That last round seemed like it could work out for them with 2 kills to 1 in their favor, but again, the round was taken away from them. This is a nice double charge through observation from the side of BNUUY. They're sending 1 beach a little late to this breakdown, but I do like the double charge if you can afford it in this obs. It makes it so much easier to traverse and execute out onto the site much quicker. They might be expecting it, but they don't really have any marks down, so MKUltra might get caught off guard as the charge is blown now.
Yeah, I believe that's Rocket Drive, who's currently in obs, has just escaped barely with their life. Just playing that observation, and now the attackers have control. The defenders don't know that War Charge is in play, which is good for them. The War Charge is going to get rid of that barb, and that goes away. We now have Cats holding down the line. There's top ruins. Cats isn't able to get one, but deals good damage to Caroline. Caroline, another kill. And Jasper able to trade with MAA, who is ratting in that on the staircase. And Caroline is able to take down Rocket, who trades. And it's down to Big Man in a 1v3. He's able to get 1. Can he get 2 more? This is for the game. If not, we go 7-0 and BNUUY get 2 points here. But Big Man is ratting on top. He gets 1. Yali goes down. It's down to R and Big Man in 1v1. Reloading. 27 HP on Big Man. R flanking with a black top. Oh, needs to pressure bomb here. But gets it! What a flick onto Big Man there. And that is 7-0 game 1.
Big Man tried his best at the end there, but he just couldn't do it. And BNUUY take it 7-0 game 1. Oh my gosh, what a stomp. BNUUY playing exceptionally. I love to see it. So sad to see MKUltra squashed like this, but it really is nice to see BNUUY playing at this level now, especially after a lot of the struggles they had the previous week.
Yeah.
Very well played. Very well played. And I think my guess would be Caroline is topping the board because, goddamn, she was playing great that game.
Caroline was popping off. It'd be good to get stats, but if not, we shall get them after the break. But they are doing well. BNUUY is dominating right now. And so we will catch up on this domination after a quick 5-minute break. We should be back with more BNUUY versus MKUltra after a short 5-minute break. See you guys.
See you then.
Hello, gamers. We're back. Oh my gosh, this is DPL. What's going on? This is DPL, and we're back with game 2 of BNUUY versus MKUltra. Who would have thought that? This is gonna be crazy. Game 1. I haven't called game 1 BNUUY win. Let me quickly give people points and start predictions on game 2. But this is gonna be a crazy game.
Yeah, BNUUY certainly did win that first game, taking it 7-0 against Projekt MKUltra, and it was some exceptional play from BNUUY, I have to say. They were coordinated, they were executing together. Everything they did, everyone on the team knew what was happening. It was beautiful. I love to see the improvements to their teamwork and in-game leadership and everything like that. MKUltra, it seems like they need to make similar improvements now. They were looking a little chaotic, uncoordinated. A lot of times it seems like communication was falling apart, and there wasn't as many crossfires or team play as there could have been. BNUUY just wiping the floor with them, taking it 7-0.
Yeah. Absolute dominance. And
Absolutely dominant.
yeah. Very, very strong.
Beautiful stats as well I'd like to talk about. I did say before we went to break that Carolyn, based on what I had seen, was probably at the top of the board for her team. And indeed, she is rocking 1,348 damage, 195 ADR for attack, 189 ADR for defense, 15 3-1 with 100% cast. Those are some stats. Holy moly. Another very sweet little stat. BNUUY didn't lose a single opening duel. They won every opening duel that game.
Wow.
And
very, very strong.
25 kills between the top two players on BNUUY as well. Caroline, Clam, and Jazzboat. 10-3-1 or 15-3-1 and 10-3-2 respectively. A 25 and 6 KD between the two of them. That's kind of cool. These guys are popping off, both 100% cast.
Yeah, I mean,
we're glazing. Love to glaze here. On the opposite side, Big Man, like we were talking about, being the big man that he is, was top on the board for his team, but it just wasn't enough. Having 793 damage, 101 attack, ADR 97, defense ADR 572 was the score line for Big Man there. I'd like to see Big Man step up. MIA Spartan also played relatively well considering the conditions, so I'd like to see them play a little bit better. I'd love for MKUltra to be in comms right now talking about how they need to fix their communication and coordination and executes together. I really think they were on double defense this game, so we didn't really get to see them, or yeah, they were double defense, so we didn't get to see too many attack rounds. We only saw 3 for them. But I think seeing their attack will definitely determine if they have fixed a lot of these issues. It'll be a lot easier to see it there then.
Yeah, sounds good. It is very, very good, and they've done really well. I mean, nobody predicted the 7-0. That is so dominant for the teams that we have here. It is very uncommon to see them 7-0, I'd say. BNUUY are a team that have had struggles and have had communication issues, and finally it seems like they are clicking. They're clicking as a team, and they're playing well.
It's beautiful.
It's absolutely beautiful. Very, very strong, and just dominant.
I certainly hope we continue to see that coming into this next game.
100%. I have told the teams to queue, so we are just waiting for them to queue up in game. But
soon.
Fingers crossed, they're here soon. Fingers crossed. We'll see. Who flipping knows?
Tetra, who's your player to watch this second game, and what is your prediction for the results?
I'm gonna stick to my guns. 7-0. Once again, we're seeing. I said game 1. I said 7-0, 7-0, and one of them is correct. So
far,
please, BNUUY, please don't give up on me. 7-0. And the person to look out for, I mean, you know, Caroline did such a great job first game. She did really well. But on MKUltra, Cast was someone that was able to put up a kill at least every round in a game that was a 7-0. That is quite impressive. So I think look out for Cats as well. Cats is a strong player to look for.
Keep an eye on Carolyn as well. Hope Big Man can step it up a little bit. And oh my gosh, deja vu a little bit. We're back on this Leopard Tide map. Isn't this what we just saw? It seems like BNUUY want to do pretty much the same defense that they had written up the first time. So they have a pretty set strategy for this map, it seems, on the side of defense. A barb on that in office next to that blue door for Carolyn to play with the auto shotty. They have the barb at the north side of hall, which slows down a lot of the attackers' push from a reception. They have the barb on crates, which a nade is placed on top of. It seems like MKUltra do know where they want to throw that grenade already. They know their plan. It seems like they want to go through crates. It looks like this might be a full green from the side of MKUltra. We'll see if it does pan out that way. They might bring an interior charge, though they don't have it placed down on the map, of course. You want to play through kitchen. They're going to smoke off that reception window from the outside to make entry into reception a little bit easier. This will be a bit of a longer run, so I hope MKUltra doesn't slow down and hesitate, because that might cost them the round towards the end if they run out of time. But there's not too much defense placed up towards the north side of the map from BNUUY, so it seems like there won't be too much slowdown for the most part.
Yeah. And we're getting into this first round, and we're seeing the smoke come out. What a smoke. Very good, very strong. Allows for clear access into reception, which is what got a kill on, Nujava's got a kill on last time. They didn't check the kitchen, and it paid. And Mel here is pushing in. Cats not able to hit shots, but Rocket Drive and Big Man cleaning up that spillage. And that's 2 kills on the board already. This is already looking much better for Projekt MKUltra as they push into construction, and they've cleared it out. They know it's all clear, and a Molotov goes out. Flash used. Bad flash there. They could have saved that, but the nade goes out to clear that barb, and now Jazzboat and Eisley have to defend this. Caroline is holding with the auto on the flank, and another Molotov goes out. Really nice Molotov. They are almost out of flashes. The attack has 1 flash to deal with. That is all they have. If they mess up this flash, it goes out. Jazzboat full blind in that corner, but they whiff the shotgun shot. Eisley get taken out, but Rocket Drive gets taken out by the shorty, and the auto comes out, gets 2! Caroline, wonderful pickups. They needed that in the round, but goes down. It's down to Jazzboat, 1v2. They have no flashes to clear Jazz. Jazz just has to play the kick. Playing defuse.
Not even good.
Spamming. Gets Cats. Gets the wrong person. Can Jazzboat clear up the last one? It's down to MA, half HP, but down to Jazzboat. Jazzboat gets the shorty! The nerfed shorty comes in clutch, and they take out Nujabes.
Such a phenomenal round from MKUltra 2. Getting those 2 frags in kitchen with a beautiful flash. Executing well into crates. They didn't slow down. They didn't hesitate. The mollies were the only thing that stopped them. But Carolyn and Jazzboat carrying the team last game with their scores. Oh my gosh. Still performing at that level. What a first round, man.
What a first
We're already
round.
Back into this. We're
back into action.
Holy moly. That was a great spray from Carolyn too on the auto shotty. Really exceptional coordination on the peak on the last person in crates too. Swinging at the same time. And oh my god, Jazzboat! They have families. They have lives. You can't do that to them. Really nice spam through the wall. Great play with the shorty as well.
Yeah. Absolutely insane plays from both teams there.
And now we're on Grand Ultra, this factory map. This is a factory map with a very difficult green to push. So many angles and wall bangs from the defenders can really slow that push down. So most teams try to avoid it. Pretty standard to blow the red door on dock there, though it's not also relatively standard to flogle that door with an extinguisher with a barb ready. Of course, the attackers in Projekt MKUltra could step into the smoke to try and get an early frag, but that is dangerous if they decide to molly it instead of barbing it right away. no marks from the side of BNUUY to play around there. Instead, they have this barb placed on the just dock itself. But that could be a dynamic barb that they want to move around. So it could be going on the red door. It could just be placed right there. Let's see. Normally, I see 2 barbs on this green. So it is interesting to see only the one on the blue door between servers and generator. It does allow office cover to help there. And I don't think I've ever seen anyone blow servers on this map on the north side. I think it's always been a green or south side push. So we're still not going to get that, but I do await the day where we get to see someone play through servers.
It might happen. One of the days it might happen.
One of the days it might happen. Very, very true. We do have a little bunny and a little Bob. I don't know if he's holding his thumb up or if he has a clacker in his hand there.
Who knows? I think the
could be either way.
We're okay. I don't think we're gonna have anyone come after us for that SpongeBob drawing.
Yeah, that's
that's SpongeBob.
SpongeBob, yeah, Bob l'éponge, as the French like to say.
Anyway, we're getting to this round, and Cat spots someone. But the smoke goes out, not enough time to get the kill, and there is someone hiding in dock. We've got Yardi with the Gruber. Can she pick up one? And she's peeks, able to get a trade. That is what she wanted. That is enough. But Nujabes is able to pick up R. And they are pushing in. Big Man goes down to Jazzboat with the LS. Jazzboat, we've seen... Oh, MA takes down Jazzboat before I could talk about the Lagros at all. And Caroline goes down as well. It's down to Mel in a 1v3 Mel. The captain goes down. Down to Rocket Drive. And that is 1-1. Unfortunately, BNUUY were not able to keep up my predictions of a 7-0.
You get to call Tetra wrong now.
No, please.
MKUltra take their first round of the series, which is big. That was a good execute, very fast play initially through that red door. The smoke went down and it blocked off line of sight. They got the trade back onto Yali very well, kind of bunkering down on that ramp near the dock. And then Nujabes getting a nice kill onto I didn't see it too well, so I don't know if it actually was a solo frag or if there were any crossfires involved. But regardless, that was a great pick, and there was one more trade back after that, but only 2 kills going to the side of BNUUY this round. Projekt MKUltra will not finish the set with perfect deaths across the board.
Yeah, it was definitely a round that could have gone BNUUY's way, but unfortunately MKUltra were there to get those kills and get those important frags that BNUUY were not able to get that round.
On to Certain Warrior, this dome map. Itty bitty little guy there. Yeah, circled before I could even say it. A perch blow seems pretty common for the side of attackers on this Certain Warrior map. The barb either ends up being placed by the defenders on the steps leading down to site or on the bridge that would lead to the east, and the secondary perch there that connects to observation. A quick push pit is also sometimes seen on this map. A barbed wire there will slow down that push a good deal in the obs if they do decide to do that. But a little bit different here. From the side of Projekt MKUltra, they're going to wall charge right on the power. Jump through, hit the lights, play up through observation, perhaps. Maybe even going through perch as well, though they don't need to kick that door considering the blue door on observation. They can just run through that. Though Caroline does have an auto shotty in observation, so we'll see how that goes for them. They do have a nade there that they want to bring, so maybe a concuss into flash will let them take out the auto shotty without too much confrontation there. The attackers really focusing on this western side of the map, this pit, this obs place. They don't have a lot drawn or written out onto the site, so we'll see if they can sort of wing it for their final execute, if they even make it that far, that is. Just a few more seconds here before jumping into execution.
It's going to be interesting to see how this wall charge works out. This is a very interesting wall charge that I don't think many people have seen before.
Yeah, I do like me a beach through wall charge. That is always fun. I don't actually think I have seen that wall charge on this map, which I'm a little surprised about. It seems pretty friendly. Ooh.
Oh, Mel. Najabes goes down to that molly. What a molly. 1 kill, and I believe that's about 145 damage onto Cats. And MAA takes even more chip damage. There goes Cats. Down to Mel. And Mel finally goes down with 2 taken out and a large chunk of damage done to the attackers. This is looking bad for the attackers. The charge comes out and Caroline is there to punish them. The auto comes out. Can Caroline get another? No, she cannot, but MAA has taken even more damage. The Igmar coming out. Can it get a kill? Is able to get 1. Can R get 2? Flash comes out. This is going to distract R for a bit. R is going to be full white. But can MAA make it? MAA misses the jump. MAA is going to have to find another way around. Into the log. Gets Jazz Boat. Flash coming out. Flashing into observation. Rotates round onto the bomb. This is definitely winnable. Like you said, not the worst position. But goes down to R. What a round there from the defenders. Great usage of Molotovs. Great team play.
Yeah, especially Mel at the beginning of that round, getting the frag with the Molotov and maybe like 200 more damage with it. Doing easily over 300, maybe even approaching 400 damage that round for the side of the defenders. The rest of her team was able to capitalize on all of that early round exceptional play and take it. There was a second where I believed that MIA could win that round, but the tree on the other side of the bomb prevented them from defusing without being seen from obs, and the final frag was able to come out. We're back here. Well, look at this map. This might be the map I've seen the most in live play since the DPL reboot.
The map maker loves this kill house.
Many times. The map maker loves this kill house. Map maker loves this kill house. Yeah, it really does. It does seem like they want to switch it up a little bit, BNUUY. They want to play with a wall charge through construction. They are blowing into construction through that red door. They're going to try and avoid crates altogether, it seems. And instead, it doesn't even look like they'll have to interact with a single barb on this map if they go with what they were initially drawn out, but they might be pivoting to... Oh yeah, they're pivoting to office, actually. I personally did like their construction plan with a wall into hall a little bit more, just because it's not really been what the teams have been playing on this map thus far. It's been very crates heavy or office heavy, so having just a wall charge into hall like that could cause a little chaos mid-round, which would be quite nice, I think, for the side of BNUUY on this map.
Yeah, I think it definitely is going to be hard. The thing is I was saying this yesterday, is that we have seen these maps so often that if you play them in the same series, that the plans evolve and you can use past rounds as sort of chess pieces and, you know, counterplays and such. So maybe that's why we see hard holds on this kitchen, because that's how we've seen kitchen being played different because of how the rounds previously were played. But we're getting into this 4th round of the series, and the door charge comes out. This is a 3-man push into office, but they've changed it. It seems like 2 have gone into office. So could that disturb the plan? Yarly pushes in. Katz is not looking, but Yarly's out of bullets. Katz is about to peek. Rocket Drive goes down. Rocket Drive does not go down somehow. Rocket Drive is still alive and is able to take down Yarly. R trades. There is fights on fights happening, and we're down to a 2-on-2. Absolute
for the side of attack. Still, though, that was crazy. That was a lot of frags real fast.
Just mental, just trades going out in that hall, and it's down to 2-on-2 still. We have Mel pushing up into hall. Molotov goes out. They have that door open. That door is incredibly powerful because you can play it open and kick
forces them to kick that.
Yeah, it still has to be kicked, and it's in a much better area to wallbang. MAA on the swing. Flash goes out. MAA is concussed. Nujabes is fine, but Nujabes is reloading while MAA is taking that fight, and Caroline takes down Nujabes. Nujabes to peek, can get one, can get two!
What?
How has that happened?
Oh my god. It's like, it's an exact repeat of the first round, just the opposite teams. Oh my gosh. A 1v2 to finish off the clutch of this map. This time against Carolyn. This time against, I don't know, was it Jazzboat who was one of the last alive on BNUUY as well? But I'm not certain on that, but man, very similar outcome that round to the first time we saw it in this game. I really like to see the slowdown later in that round as well. After all that chaos happened, everything kind of stopped. The attackers reconnected and worked together to kind of move through the hall and such. But can't do anything when you get 1v2'd. You know, you just lose that. Unfortunate. Much better showing from Projekt MKUltra this game. Tied 2-2 now. Very excited to see them showing up at least. Very excited to be able to say that Tetra is wrong right now also. Did not get the correct prediction. We're seeing a pretty heavy green strat, it looks like, from the side of BNUUY, which, like I said, green is so difficult to take. You kind of need to bring the Saber green to spam back on some of those locations directly south of the door through that thick wall. You could have a Knack or Dawn playing. There's a couple exclamation point pings in Toxic from the side of the attackers. On one of those, there's a wall you can spam through there towards the barbed wire on the green door with like Allegros or Dawn. It's easy to play up forward servers with someone with a like a Gruber or AK or something, and have someone play a little more cover behind them on Toxic. I do like the pivot. A lot of teams, when playing through green, try to take out through the blue door from server farm to generator, but BNUUY want to avoid that entirely, playing entirely through Toxic, going for power, going for some picks in office, it seems like, and playing out through the window and the steps there, which would give them pretty good cover on the east side of the map, near bomb as well, to play around. So we'll see how this ends up. Again, no charge on servers. They feel like they don't need it. They're just going to brave the green door before getting into Toxic.
That green door is very hard to brave if you are going up against a team that knows what is happening. Big Man is playing quite ratty in this, holding this servers. This is a hard green to peek because of this Big Man angle. He's playing in another room and can play 2 rooms between him and the green door, and could probably do some bad damage onto the attacking side.
Belly was so brave to kick that door. There could have been a mop watching.
Oh my gosh! Caroline takes down Big Man, the only threat this green has, because they aren't watching it, but this Molly goes out. The smoke isn't too good, though, on this green. They need to watch out for that left side generator. They're right.
Fortunately, they have the server stacks to give them a little bit of cover in there.
Yeah, they have some good server cover. MAA is here. This is the person we're talking about. Cats as well behind them. Flash goes out. Wonderful flash there. Bounces directly onto it. And Mel can take 1. Can Mel get 2? Cats with a gross. Mel is forced back to play behind, and they're about to take office control. We have Rocket Drive with a shorty. About to swing. Goes for a swing and cannot deal enough damage. Nujaba is able to take down Mel. Makes it a 4v2. The Saber's swinging this bottom side. And the Lagros is about to come out, but Cats doesn't see Jazzboat. And it's down to Nujabes in a 1v4. Nujabes has done this before in a clutch. Can he do it again? Gets 1. Bomb is being defused. 60%, 70%, 80%. He needs to push, but cannot push in time. They take the round. BNUUY 3-2.
Running out of ammo on that Gruber there was detrimental. Having to reload. Pulling out the pistol maybe would have been able to do something. But it was, I believe it was Carolyn defusing there. So maybe getting that frag was possible with the pistol. She was pretty low. But the frag did come onto Future Base first, unfortunately, for the side of MKUltra. I did like that shift, that adjustment of the green. Projekt MKUltra did not play it as aggressive as they could have. There's a lots and lots of ways to slow down a push on the green door, and BNUUY seemed to get into that toxic pretty quick and without much slowing down. And once the power was off, I think the defenders, I think Projekt MKUltra even turned the power off potentially, because it looked like there was someone up in office near the box that could have turned it back on, but they decided they wanted to play with it off, and that did result in one death on the side of the defenders without seeing the attacker that did it. But all around good play from BNUUY, I think, playing that green well. It is a very difficult green to play.
Yeah, very strong green.
Seems a double charge coming out from the side of BNUUY. That wall does look a little difficult to get down, just because you have to get up the steps towards the observation door, and there's a very tight angle you can see on it from a rock in jungle. And there's also lots of mollies and stuff you can throw down to kind of stop them from putting that wall charge down. And if you fall into base itself, you're not able to get back up there. There are no steps that lead up to the ground in base. You just have to walk through the trenches and come up out into jungle. I'm very curious to see this wall charge. I don't think I've ever seen a wall charge like this. They do have a charge on the pit. I didn't notice that they moved it there. I saw they got rid of it on perch, but they do have a pit charge as well. So they're going to be playing heavily towards this observation, which is definitely what you need to do on this map.
Yeah, it's gonna be, I think you have to play as a team here, and I hope BNUUY do. They're hopefully gonna push into that beach, claim that observation, and then meet up with that pit team to claim that bottom jungle side. That is what they need to do to win this round. Will they be able to do it? We shall see what happens. We've got Saber set up on this observation, and the kit goes out. No one is there. That is the problem, is BNUUY puts so much pressure on this beach that there's no one there, and the door charge goes out. We have some people pushing up. Can the attacking side get to that power to stop observation being a threat? It seems like we have a rotate into beach to make it a 3-man into beach and a 2-man into pit. Door is opened. They're spamming to put some pressure, and they just need to get a kill here, and Yardi takes out Cats. The war charge goes out into observation. Doesn't get anyone. They just need to flick the lights. Observation is down. Jazzboat goes down.
Top shot.
Wonderful. Almost hitting there with the Morp. Rocket drive. And Big Man is able to take out Yarli. Ratting in the corner like Big Man does. Mel here. One-on-one with Big Man happening soon. And the Morp rings not hitting. Mel's reloading. Mel caught in the open while reloading. Not a time you want to reload. Caroline, not able to take down Big Man. Big Man's on for the 3K. Can he get the 4th? Saber, 1v3. Can't fit through there.
Can't get through there.
And the Morp. Oh!
Found him. Found him.
What?
Stuck in the log there with the Saber seems a little unfortunate at the end of the round. I don't know if they... Actually, I don't know if Rocket actually saw them in the log or not, or if that was a blind shot. Maybe there was a little bit of blue that peeked out. But God, Big Man, what really well played there up on perch, getting 3 frags, forcing 1v1s against the attacking team in those positions was very nicely done. Winning all the gunfights as well, catching Mel reloading. Cleared obs almost entirely, I think, for the side of MKUltra. Really helped pivot all the attention back to the bomb where that Saber was, and to get that last kill. That was a great round from Big Man and MKUltra there.
Yeah, very strong round and very well pushed to start out with, but they lost their initial aggression.
We are loading into Checkmate Purple now. entrance is what I prefer to run on this map for attacking strategies. You can either nade that first barb or shield torch it. How I feel. You play through Teller, play through the green door Teller up into Manager. You do have to be careful of loans because the defenders can play relatively aggressive in loans to stop that push through Teller because it is such a funnel there. But once you get into Manager, you can get some flashes deep. You get one flash deep, you get one flash close. You kill the guy who's probably sitting on top of the bookshelves in Manager because you can get up there. You can jump from the desk onto the button, up onto those shelves, and kind of wrap around to where that little caution ping is from the side of the attackers. So it does seem like they want to play through servers, though, which I don't think I've seen. Servers as a nice blow because you get control of one side of the vault and the other side is security, which forces the defenders to kind of spend some time cycling the doors if they want to do a retake from that side. And it also gets you pretty close to the button as well on the north side of the map, being able to push through accounting. A couple barbs will slow them down a lot, but it didn't look like there were too many barbs. Wow, what a beautiful shot. Running through the streets, running down the alleyway behind the back of the bank. We go into execute now, first flash coming out.
Yeah, this is going to be a good first flash. This is strong for pushing this servers. The thing is if we see a good play here, we're going to see... No, we're not.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we've seen a misplay already. And the flash goes out. The grosses are being fired off. Rocket Drive with the gross. MKUltra, this is the plan I was talking about. They need to clear lobby for them, but Caroline is able to clear up Rocket Drive. The shotgun needs to head to lobby to open that door and clear the rest of the lobby for green to enter. But MKUltra is here alone with a Gruber. Can he get a kill? Cats as well. But MKUltra goes down. Mel takes out, and the Saber is whiffing. Oh my gosh. Keanu Reeves is in the game because, oh my gosh, Nujabes takes out Jazzboat and Mel takes out Cats. Mel holding down that flank very well. 2 kills. They all need to regroup here.
This is going to be hard for the attackers. 2 of them are 1 HP now, and the other is a Saber player.
Yeah.
Pushing into close range with that is going to be really hard.
Yeah, they need to swap guns here, and they need to slow down. This is another thing, is we saw it on the kill house. They just need to slow down, regroup, but here's the wall bangs. Deals 50 damage to Big Man, and Big Man jumps off. Wonderful wall bangs there. Great prediction. And there goes the kick. Does Nujabes CR, and he does. And Big Man takes out Mel. Down to Caroline. 2 bullets in the AP, 4 in reserve, and it's not enough. Big Man getting a kill, and that's 4-3 to MKUltra.
Well played, MKUltra. Man, Yali getting shot in the back with a full spray from that shotgun was very unfortunate. Stepping in front of the door right as her teammate was trying to shoot it open there. That might have been the reason the round went the way it did, having that one body gone off the rip. It was very good play from the side of MKUltra too. Man, I'm so bad at remembering who was in which position getting which kills, but there was a frag onto the Saber player. Whoever was stayed in loans, I think, made a very good decision to stay out in that section of the map, stopping the rotation from Teller, getting the frag on the full HP player, basically cementing the victory for MKUltra in that round. And they're up 4-3. They have an advantage round score. This is the first time we've seen this all series.
Yeah, this is the first time they're up, and it's gonna be one they need to just take this tempo and get it going. They need to keep this gap.
They're cautious of that arcade quick push too to get the Teller open. It doesn't seem like BNUUY have drawn anything to indicate they want to do that. Playing more towards the office side, it looks like office through liquor and potentially through freezer as well is quite nice. Getting into bathroom can be a little tricky if you have a strong cover from the arcade side, along with players up in storefront able to kind of cover through liquor and such. But like we will be seeing a more green focused push here, which I do like. They are down a clack and door charge for the side of the attackers, so it makes sense that they would want to try and play this one a little green. We have next map coming up. I didn't see. Uh, one barb drawn in storefront for the defenders on that bomb. I do like that, especially if you are able to keep a defender in bathroom until the end of the round. It seems like it's just going to be a relatively linear east to west take from the attacker side. We'll see if they do anything crazy. They might decide to play out Freezer entirely or something, but it doesn't seem like they want to kind of split it up, go Freezer, go Arcade. Oh, there's a wall charge in hand. No, that's a shield. I lied. Sorry. Don't listen to me.
It was almost a wall charge. Almost a wall charge. But they're ready to kick this door into Liquor, and the shield, if it goes out, Liquor is close. They're going to have to open Big Man with the tub.
He places down the barb that he had saved, and the lights go out. Why have they turned off the lights? They need to open that Liquor. That is one of the main entry points to get out of there. There they are. They've realized their issue. They've opened it, and now they're turning off lights. Lights are off. R takes down Rocket Drive. It's down to Big Man on this corner to get an opening pick for the defenders. Caroline with the shield. But Nujabes takes out Jazzboat. And Big Man is pushing with the top here. Can't pick up a frag. But Nujabes gets another. Yarly goes down. It's down to Caroline. And Big Man here. Cat takes out Mel on the opposite side of the map. And R is left alone in a 1v4. Big Man takes out Caroline with a shield. And R gets one. Can R get two?
Oh.
No, they cannot. Big Man with the tub takes out R, making it 5-3 in game 2.
Big Man doing a lot of heavy lifting in these last couple rounds. It was mostly, I will say, Ninja base this round. I gotta say, exceptional shots over the shield onto the heads of the attackers in the dark too. Able to take two attackers out in the same means, and then Big Man playing so close on that shield forced the shield to kind of get a little scared there of the shotgun, backing up, dropping the shield to try and take the gunfight, but Big Man was just too quick with the trigger, dropping them as well, and was kind of off on their own in storefront, surrounded by the defenders. It was so hard to recover from that position at the end there, and we're going into an enduring tower. I do like this map, especially. You really do need a charge. I was going to point out the north side club charge is very fun, but it is kind of difficult to take onto that side. Defenders will like to play a lot towards the north side to get wall bangs down into loading and hall, while a wall charge is trying to be placed onto lockers. It's pretty much every time I've seen this map, if a wall charge is available to the team, they are throwing it on a wall in hall to try and get quicker access to bomb. Playing down through office and then also construction to get into lockers is very difficult, especially with the kind of like, there is sort of a double funnel you have to play through lockers, where you have that initial green door you play through, and then the secondary funnel where you have to get by those lockers and that wall where two mollies could be placed down to really slow the push. So we'll see how the shed blow goes for them. It seems like they want to play towards hall and construction for the most part. I wonder if they will split that 1-1. Construction is a little scary to enter. It's not too bad to kick unless there's someone standing right close. But like I said, defenders tend to like to play north side of the map with maybe one towards the bottom side hall or construction kind of area. Barb's going down. This will be a double charge from BNUUY as they went full green last round. See how it goes from.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one to push. It's quite hard if many people go for this wall charge. And that's okay. They have the wall charge and they've just blown up office. Smoke goes out, blocking MAA Spartan and his
I really
vision.
like this smoke.
That is a good smoke. Blocks
They're
off
all going
that.
there.
Oh, wall has not been placed yet. Cat's trying to put some wall bang through, but not able to do anything. Can they do anything? The kick comes out. Yarly not pushing in. The flash goes out though into hall. Yarly and Mel both pushing in, and MAA is still in green. Will they clear it? But Caroline is able to get the kick and kill onto Cats, and it's down to a 4-man on the defense. Molly goes out on the wall charge. Very good. Taking out MAA in that loading. That was what we were worried about. Big Man, Nujabes, Rocket, all in the same area. This is not what you want. They're all crowded.
R is going on the flank. They do realize, can Nujabes get it? Nujabes gets R. The big AK on your screen, big man, pushes into the smoke and touches with Yali. It's down to a 2v4 and they're able to get 2. It's down to a 2v2. One goes down. Mel alone.
How?
Can Mel do this? One gets 1, cannot get 2. How have they lost that round?
That was such a fast pivot to suddenly the attackers being at the number disadvantage there. 4v2 seemed so doable for them, but Nujabes and was it Rocket? Gosh, man. The last 2 players in that site played very well. They had a good crossfire. They got 2 frags off of that entry there, and then a third one on the wall charge as well. I gotta say, I feel like if Mel had executed there with the rest of the team, they might have been able to take out those 2 that were left on site. It didn't seem like they really had any util left because there wasn't a flash that was thrown in there. So they must have spent it all already. The moment where Big Man ran into Yali in the smoke was a little bit unfortunate. That would have been a very nice potential run out through the smoke reposition for the big AK to get some damage down, but it didn't matter in the end with MKUltra still taking that round even at the numbers disadvantage. We get to see him on attack again. Up 6-3 now. Very drastically different score line than the last game. It's not as crushing of a lead as BNUUY had when they were up 6-0, but still doing exceptionally well. I do like the charge on the right side of the map. That is something I didn't bring up last time, but if you are planning on taking entrance through Teller, there's also the possibility of blowing that hall in case there is a defender or 2 even playing in that loans area. Blowing that charge, they have their backs to you probably as they're watching Teller. The charge goes off, you're kicking Teller door at the same time. They don't know where to look. You're gonna have a very, very nice crossfire onto whoever is in there. And it is a lot easier to take manager from the south side of the map, I feel like, than from the north on accounting. Just because jumping through that window into a long angle from someone playing down in a hall loans area and someone up on the shelves, that's such a the angles are so drastically different that it's really difficult to win both fights or even one of those in that scenario.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, and BNUUY need to claw this back. We want to see BNUUY do well. We don't want to see it be the 7-0 be in vain, because if Projekt MKUltra win this round, there is no difference from them winning this 7-0 compared to this 6-3. And Yali is able to get a kill there. Wonderful Molotov there onto Nujabes. And here comes the AK. Able to take down Rocket, not able to take down Big Man. Big Man trades. We've got a tub in Teller. There is no one green. Apart from Big Man, who is going outside to drop Clacker. That leaves 3 alone in loans. This tub could be devastating. Katz is about to go kick this door. Picks up the shotgun, actually. Is about to shotgun open the accounting door. Shotgun's open manager, in fact. Picks up the AK again. They're just going to take manager. There's no need for them to take accounting. They're correct in that. Flash goes in. Yali alone. Can Yali get a kill here? The swing comes. Katz and MA spot and able to take down 1 each. Mel able to trade with Jazzboat with the tub getting 1. Katz alone in a 1v1 now. Molotov goes out. Katz knows where they are. Spots a Mel in the 1v1, but cannot do it. That is 7-3 to MKUltra and the series. 1-1.
Katz really playing on a thread there at the end, not reloading with 6 bullets in the mag. Oh my gosh. Taking the risk to peek Mel a little early before she was able to kind of readjust to the fail flash was definitely a risk, but it paid off. MKUltra able to take the second game 7-3, coming back from a 7-0 defeat from BNUUY. That is some strong mental. That is some great coordination. They corrected a lot of their mistakes and they played exceptionally well. Man, great game. Oh, that was awesome. Good job, MKUltra.
Yeah, incredibly strong feat here. I'm amazingly done. It is very strong to see BNUUY take game 1 so decisively, to then see MKUltra claw that back, and 7-3. Very, very strong second game, I must say, from MKUltra. And it's a wonderful game to see. Absolutely amazing.
See if I can get the stats for this game.
Let's see those stats.
Hopefully they'll post them. Maybe my best friend Stormy can get it for us too. I am going to take a guess here. I'd say Big Man might be at the top of the leaderboard for the side of MKUltra this time around.
Possibly.
Though MKUltra also playing really well, taking a lot of victorious gunfights and stuff. So they might have more kills than Big Man. Unfortunately, I have been told that because I am a loser and I smell bad, that we're not allowed to look at stats this game.
We're not allowed to look at stats. It's fine though. It's fine. It's honestly fine. There are the stats for that game too.
That was I do want to say. No, actually, I can do it myself.
We've got the stats in that chat that you've read. We have Nujaba's
Oh, he did it. He did it.
1900 damage.
God, that's way more than I thought. 16-4-0 for Nujabase. Never getting a single assist. That means either any damage they did to an enemy that didn't get killed was either at the end of the round where their team couldn't capitalize, or they just won every single gunfight they took, which is kind of what it seemed like, to be honest. Nujabase really fragging out that game. 1900 damages. Kind of nuts. The Gruber, best weapon. Love to see that, especially from a top fragger. You do not see that very often.
No. Secret weapon Gruber. Many are saying.
There's not too big of a difference of opening duels. It seems like BNUUY was able to win most of them, only actually losing 2 the whole game. But it seems like MKUltra was just able to pivot to these first trades going in their favor instead of them just losing the round because of it.
Yes. Very strong openings from BNUUY. I mean, they are winning 99% of the duels they took in that game. We have Caroline and Yali both on 3-for-3 openings. That is insane. The only person to drop, there's 2 dropped openings, Mel and Jazzboat. Both missing out on 1 opening each, but that is insane. They won all but 2 openings. That shows you how good they are at getting into the building and showing up. They just needed that extra bit of push when in the building.
They have a really strong early round. It seems like their planning's really solid, but once they get to a point where they have to kind of like adjust mid-round, it seems like that's when things start to fall apart and communication dwindles and executes go a little sour for them occasionally.
Yes.
Individual performance-wise, BNUUY didn't have those massive performances from both Carolyn and Jazzboat. Carolyn's still doing very well. Honestly, across the board, it's a lot more even distribution of damage and kills for the side of BNUUY this game. So it's interesting to see that they lost this game instead of losing the game where they had the individual performers playing well. All around, great comeback from MKUltra to go from a 7-0 loss to winning 7-3. That takes a lot of very strong mental, so I'm very happy to see that from them.
Yeah, very strong games. And that is it for the weekend. We close out with that final game of Projekt MKUltra versus BNUUY, a very strong series. But thank you all for watching. Thank you to the production who do this. Thank you to Stormy for having his power actually turn on at some point. Thank you for Mikey for always showing up. Thanks for Nog for helping out with my color. Thank you for Zig for helping out earlier. And one more time before we leave, I Heart DP.
I Heart DP.
I Heart DP. Buy it right now. Buy the game right now.
Buy the game right now. 79 cents. 79 cents. It's crazy. You'll never get as good of a deal on this game.
Literally, you won't. It's just like perfect. It's the perfect deal. It's literally the perfect deal.
It is the perfect deal.
It is. But thank you very much for everyone who has played this week, and we shall see you next week for the 2v2 tournament, which you can sign up in the Discord 2v2 tournament. Sign ups are now. bring a friend. It's 79 cents. You can like buy it and buy it for a friend, and then you can play in the tournament. That's so cool and awesome. But buy it, come join us.
Very
play,
cool, very awesome.
and we shall see you next week.
See you around.